Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hello, I'm Adéla Kudla from NFA, and I'm very happy to have you all here. And I want to introduce you to our General Director, who is going to say a couple of words about us, the National Film Archive. Please welcome Michal Bregant.
Thank you. I know that you guys have no time to waste, so I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to greet you. Thank you all that you came over here. Thank to the organizers. Thank to my colleagues from our institution for preparing this event. And as you know, our institution is called Národní filmový archiv. I'm not going to develop all three notions in the title. There are many national film archives internationally. Our concept is that the title is okay. However, we are more than national, more than film, and more than archive. But we want to stay with the name. So we consider ourselves as a part of this huge family of film heritage institutions, and heritage is usually connected with the past. However, I'm strongly convinced that heritage, the meaning and the value of heritage is for the future. And I think that events and gatherings like this give us hope that some future might exist. So this is why I think it's so important to have you here. After more than 10 years of work for this institution, I think I can say that the most valuable thing is cooperation and being a part of the community. And maybe second most valuable and important experience are the failures. And I believe that this environment is a great moment for sharing the failures, because they don't need to be repeated. However, we cannot avoid them because we are facing new challenges every minute. So we have a big chance to make new failures, but maybe we don't have to repeat the old failures. So this is why I think that event like this has also an impact on our economies, because we can save some resources by not repeating the old failures. So I wish you good luck, and once again thank you all for making this possible. And I'm going to stay at least for some time with you guys, because I'm really curious about what you are going to discuss today. So thanks again.
Thank you, Michel, for your kind words and your welcome. Hi, welcome everybody to No Time to Wait 7. We're so happy to be in Prague. We're so happy to have this wonderful host. So I'm just going to start off with all the thank yous. So first of all, thank you, Národní Film Archive. Thank you, Adéla, and her entire team, Jonas, and of course Michel for having us and giving us these wonderful resources to put this conference together, which is truly a labor of love. And it's truly from the community for the community. So we are so appreciative that you keep coming back, that you keep contributing, and we're also very excited to see new faces. That's also so important to us, that we hear new voices and new perspectives. So thank you so much. Also thank you to our sponsors, the BFI, Memoriav, the CNA, Redo, of course, Redo, thank you so much. And thanks to all the volunteers for helping us out and contributing and really making this probably the best 3 days, at least of November. Okay, yeah. So this is us. This is Budapest 2019. So this is what you can expect later on. And just a few housekeeping. So we have all of those links. Please take note of all of those links. We have our participative take notes document that, okay, great, I'm starting with the one that's not on there. Again, thanks to Randy for putting that together. Please contribute. It's always easier when more people type up notes than just one or two. You can find the program, you can find the attendees, so who's here, who isn't. There's also the stream for those, I guess those online already have the stream, I'm assuming, you know, that's how it works. And most important, we have also a code of conduct. As you know, we have a code of conduct, and as you know, we will enforce the code of conduct. Be it immediately or even after you may receive an email from us. Because we want to be an inclusive, open space, we have no issue with dialogue and criticism as long as it's productive, as long as it's within a conversation and respectful of the other. We also have, for those who are presenting and who have not uploaded their presentations yet, please do so. The link is up here as well. And finally, we have our WhatsApp group, where we will communicate various information, be it about social events, but also changes to the program or changes to you know, social events, the program, and other announcements we need to make. So, and then I would just like to thank Adéla truly for all her work and contribution.
Yeah, and I will just say a couple of words of how thankful I am for you all to be here to participate in this conference, which has been a terrific experience until now to be organizing and to be part of the community. And yeah, in the Národní filmový archiv, we try to implement like what we can, and we like learning. So this is a big opportunity for us to learn within this community and within each other. So thank you, and I cannot wait for all the terrific presentations today.
Oh yeah, one last thing for tonight. I forgot, apologies. There's gonna be a parade, well, calling it a parade, to the restaurants. I hope you brought your hats and your whistles. So we're meeting outside at 6:15 for those who want to walk to the restaurant. Our reservation is at 7. Alternatively, you can make your own plans, but just know a group of us will be walking from here to the restaurant. Kindly enough, colleagues from Adéla, Matej, and Josef have proposed to take on the people who didn't make the dinner tonight. So they'll also be around later. I'll give you more information for those who couldn't make the dinner because we have a specific cutoff line, unfortunately, for the dinner, for alternative plans, and then later we can all just come together again. So, but yeah, 6:15 outside for those who are registered for the dinner, if you want to join the parade. Thank you so much. Thank you, Adéla. And I think I'm going to give the word to Aida, our first stage coordinator for today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Aida. I'm just going to be facilitating your questions and introducing the speakers. Our first speaker is Leontien Talboom from Floppy to Flash, setting up a transfer service for digital carriers. I'll let you set up. I'll give it to you, but just set up.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? Cool. Okay. Good morning. I'm Leontien Talboom. I'm the technical analyst at Cambridge University Libraries in the digital preservation team. And today I will be talking about a new service that we set up, which is called the transfer service. And yeah, we're like at the start of everything. So everything here is very new to me, and I'm hoping to learn quite a lot across the next 2 days. So yeah, just a bit of background before I go into a bit more detail. So we've been running a transfer service since February 2023. So it's only been up for a few months. And we focus on digital carriers. So we're looking at optical discs, floppy disks, that type of material. We've done over 300 processes now, and they are mainly optical discs. So about 250 of them are CDs or DVDs. We use a FRED. This is our FRED. It stands for a Forensic Recovery Evidence Device. It came to the library on a previous project, and we're just really happy to have it. It also includes a 5.25-inch floppy drive, which is really handy. Today in my presentation, I will be mainly talking about the things that we do slightly different than other institutions, because our main workflows and our equipment that we use are used across the community. So we'll not be focusing on them in detail. But if you want to come and talk to me about that, feel more than welcome. The one thing that I do want to point out is that we mainly do logical file transfers instead of disk images. What I mean by that is, just for the people who don't know, logical file transfers is basically copy and pasting the files from whatever digital carrier comes in. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's basically what it comes down to. Whereas a disk image, as most of you will know, is a bit by bit copy of that specific disk or specific digital carrier. We've mainly gone for this approach because the carriers that come into the library are, the digital carrier itself is not of as much of an importance, so it's just seen as like a carrier for that specific content. So yeah, that's one of the main reasons why we've gone for it. And then secondly, we within a very short time span have to make this material accessible, which means that with a disk image, you add another part to the workflow. This does not mean that we don't make disk images, we just have a preference for a logical file transfer. If for example, a hard drive comes in from an important author or a different important person, we will still opt for a disk image. So yeah, I will be talking through 3 topics. One around training, one around the documentation that we keep on these transfers, and one on the collaborations that we've been doing with other institutions. So yeah, just to start off with training, we have done a whole bunch of work around the guidance for staff members at Cambridge University Library. And that is of importance to us because we use archive space within our library to basically keep records of all the material that we have. And when we surveyed archive space for digital carriers or digital material, what came out was that a lot of staff members may have identified that there's digital carriers or digital material within the library, but they don't specify specifically what that is. So in a lot of cases it will say, oh, there's three digital carriers in this collection. But for us it's really important to know if they are floppy disks or if they are optical disks or if they're a hard drive, because all of those need a different workflow. So we've done quite a lot of work with the staff around writing guidance and updating archive space to make it possible for them to give us more information so that we can prioritize what carriers should go first and what carriers we may have to do more research into before we can process them. This is an example. I'm sorry, I get that the type's very small, but on the left-hand side you can see an assessment record within archive space. So we asked them for a bit more detail on stuff. Basically, we asked them to, if they have any idea, to give us an idea of like what's on that specific carrier. And on the right, you can see one of our, part of our identifying digital carriers guidance. And this specifically is about 3.5-inch floppy disks. And we basically write down what we want them to basically put in these notes. So for us, for example, it's really handy to know if it's a double density or a high density floppy disk, that type of stuff. So, and it's been really helpful, and like everyone's been really good. All the staff has been really good at making these notes, which makes our job a lot easier. Then we've got one that we've recently been working on, which is the transfer service guide. And this one is basically outlines all the workflows and all the different equipment that we specifically use. It is written specifically for the university library, but it has a wider audience in mind. So I have highlighted all the parts that are specific to us and may not be relevant to other institutions. It's split into 3 sections, which goes into detail on the pre-transfer. So that also includes like what type of virus scanning or that type of stuff that we do. The transfer itself, so what equipment we use, what software we use, that type of stuff. And there's also a part on troubleshooting. So what do you do if the equipment doesn't work, or what do you do if the digital carrier doesn't read? So yeah, that's now finally written, which I'm really happy about. And the idea is that staff can work through this guide themselves, so they can just follow it step by step, and basically do a transfer. So yeah, we've had one staff member come and test it, and they were positive about it, so that's good. So yeah, another thing that we've been working on is documentation of the processes and the digital carriers that come into the library. We have been extensively documenting this to a point where maybe at a future point we will decide not to keep all this information because it's quite a lot. But basically, this is an overview of, we've recently gone from a spreadsheet to a database, which I'm very excited about. But basically, we document a lot. So we don't only document that, for example, an optical disc comes in, but we also document what type of format that optical disc is, what brand it's from, what color the reflective layer is there any writing on the carrier, and the same for the processes. So we go into a lot of detail on like what specific equipment did we use, what environment, what version of a software, just to see if we can say anything about the failure rate that we have in the library. Because that's the next thing. Our failure rate is quite high, higher than we were expecting when we started doing this work. So this table is specifically from the first collection that I've been working on, which is supplemental material that came in with theses within the library. And as you can see, the failure or the success rate is 87%. So we've got 13% of optical discs with problems. What I do have to say here is that we split it into 3 parts. So normally with disk images, you can either say it's a failure or it's a success. But with the logical file transfers, we've been able to maybe take a partial part of like the data from these disks, but not all of it. So our partial success rate's quite high, or partial failure rate is quite high. And I should also point out here that for flash storage, it seems that we're not very good at flash storage, but there were only 4 of them in the collection at the time. And the floppy disks, there's only 3. So it seems that we're really good at floppy disks, but there's only 3 of them. But basically, yeah, we were quite surprised by that high failure rate, but because we kept quite a lot of documentation on all of these disks, we could have we had a bit of an analysis of this material. So the first one that we looked at was the age of the carrier. So I was assuming the older the carrier, the higher the failure rate. However, that doesn't seem to be the case necessarily for us. Everything before 2000, fine, no problems. Everything between 2000 and 2005, and especially 2003, really problematic. As you can also see, 2003 is the year that we have the most discs from, but also the highest failure rate. About 50% of those discs were problematic in some way or another. Another thing that I should point out here as well is that there's quite a diverse range of discs in that first collection as well. So it's not necessarily that it's one specific brand that keeps failing. It's just that specific year seems to have a lot of problems. I looked into this in a bit more detail and came across a report from the Canadian government that was talking about this, and they basically say they were talking about that this was the period when discs were at their most use. Basically, they were the most at their most popular peak, which meant that a lot of discs were produced, which also means that the quality may not be as good as in other years. We also looked at carrier type, because I find some sources talking about that DVDs are better than CDs. Not really the case for us. CDs still have a slightly higher failure rate, but not significantly. So yeah, one that is of interest is the brand of the carrier. So we noted this down as well. And the ones that have an unknown brand, I hope it's actually readable, but the bottom ones, the unknown brands, have a huge failure rate compared to the ones that have a brand on them, which again feeds into that kind of idea of like the unbranded discs from the early 2000s that have like a lot of, that were used quite a lot in that time, seem to be the ones that fail. So yeah, that was really interesting to be able to say something about that. So for now, we're going to keep documenting all that extra information to be able to say more about our collection. So the final section that I'm going to talk about is collaboration. So we've been doing a number of collaborations with other institutions, and one of them being the Churchill Archive Centre, which is also based in Cambridge. They have their own digital archivist and their own digital carriers. At the time, we had the equipment to be able to transfer floppy disks, but hadn't identified them in our own collection yet. However, it was the other way around for the Churchill Archive Centre, where they had floppy disks, but didn't have the equipment to actually transfer anything from them. So we decided to work together, and were able to set up a workflow for these specific disks, which we're really happy about. And a really interesting thing that we came across was that the software that we used, and I'd say some people in this room are familiar with it, as the FC5025, and the disk image and browse software that comes with it. It was written by an American company, and which is normally not really a problem, but we really realized that it was a problem for us because at that time, IBM didn't have a huge market share in the UK, which meant that a lot of the disks that we had were from quite obscure formats that this software didn't recognize. Which is really interesting because when you read like the guidance around this material, they basically say, oh, it's quite easy, most formats will be picked up. But apparently the UK liked having interesting formats, and we had a hard time actually reading anything from them. In the end, we were able to set up a workflow for these as well. But yeah, it meant a bit more troubleshooting and being a bit more difficult than we first anticipated it to be. Something that we've recently done, which I'm really excited about, is work with our digital content unit. So we've got a digital content unit at Cambridge University Library, and basically they look at, they digitize material from across the library, but they also have some really cool scientific equipment that they use for this. and 2 of them we were allowed to use. One of them being a microscope, which I will go into a bit more detail in a sec, but also multispectral imaging, which is basically a machine that takes a picture all across the color spectrum. So ultraviolet and infrareds there as well, like colors that we can't see as humans. And it produces this really lovely graph. Aside from making really nice pictures of carriers, we were actually really interested to see if we would be able to say stuff about a bunch of carriers that we have in our collection that fail, but we're not able to see any damage on them. So some of them are really obvious that they will, or that they have failed because there's like huge scratches on them or something else really obvious. But we also have a whole bunch of them in our collection that we don't really know why they fail. And we were thinking maybe with the help of the digital content unit, we would be able to say more about these carriers. And I've got 2 examples actually. One of them being this disc on the left, which does actually have severe damage, but I was actually convinced that it was like kind of like paper just stuck to the CD, and that for some reason you could maybe get rid of this paper with some extensive cleaning. We also have a conservation department at Cambridge University Library, and they've been helping out quite a bit with cleaning some less damaged discs. But we just wanted to see if how damaged this disc actually was before cleaning it. And actually, as you can see on the right, it's the glue or whatever substance underneath that paper has been eating into the actual plastic. So even if we were able to get rid of that paper, it is severely damaged, which is really sad. But yeah, it's really nice to actually know that instead of going through all the processing and all the resources to try and clean this disc and then to find out it's actually too severely damaged. Another one that's really interesting, we've got a number of vinyl wrapped CDs, also from 2003. I don't know why anyone thought that this was a good idea, but we've got about 20 of them. And one of them are these, there's 4 of these, and they're wrapped with this non-reflective black vinyl, which basically makes them look like black voids. If you hold them up as well, you know normally how you can see burn marks on CDs? You can't see anything on these. So we were able to read one of them, but not the other 3. And it made me wonder, is there actually any data on these other 3 discs that are not reading? Because you literally can't see anything on them. But with the multispectral imaging, the digital content unit was able to show that there is something on that, which you can see on the right, like it does reflect under a certain setting. So yeah, it doesn't solve our problem. We're still not able to read them, but at least we can say now that there is data on them. There's something there. So yeah. Just to go through a few next steps of stuff that we're going to be up to in the next few months. We have a Mac computer, which I'm very excited about. We have had a real problem reading anything that's Mac formatted. It can make a disk image, but it doesn't really make the files accessible to us at this point. But now we have a Mac computer, so I'm hoping that will solve some of those issues. We've got quite a lot of new donated equipment. So we have at the University and Information Services, which donated a bunch of equipment to us, which we're very happy about, which we're happy to go and test. There's some like data tapes, but there's also a computer with an internal 3.5-inch floppy disk and a 5.25-inch floppy disks. And I'm especially excited about the 3.5-inch floppy disk, which is internal, because it may be able to read double density ones, but we shall see. Another thing that we're going to be setting up is an audio workflow. So we've identified 1 mini disc in our collection, which I'm really excited about. But we're also going to be looking at LP and cassettes in that same workflow. We will be continuing training staff members around using this equipment, because it would be nice if I'm not the only one that knows how Fred works. And then that's maybe a bit selfish, but I would love to do some more collaborations with other institutions about digital carriers. So yeah, that's me. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that lovely presentation. One question, does it make a difference, or did you experience differences when you use different CD, I don't know the English term, CD reading units? You know that you...
Drives.
Drives, yeah.
So at the moment, we only have one drive in Fred, but the new equipment that we got donated has another driver in it. So I'm really hoping to do the ones that basically failed and see if there's a difference. Because I wouldn't be surprised if there is. From reading blogs and everything online, it seems like there could be a difference. But yeah, at the moment we only have one drive, so I'm not able to say.
Hi. Could you just broadly paint a picture of what is on the drives that you recover?
Oh yeah, okay, I like that. I like that question. So it's like from our collection, or like from Cambridge University Library collection. So some of the material comes in with students that have done work, PhD students. So that's basically their supplemental material that comes with their work. And that can range from like, can just be in a spreadsheet or a database, but there's even one that has a pair of 3D glasses with it, because it's like a 3D model, which is very cool. And then we've got like collections that are from like the university archives, so it's just like documents from the university itself. There's stuff that comes in from the University Archive Press, which is also very interesting. And the collection that I'm currently working on is Stephen Hawking's personal archive, which does include 5¼ floppy disks. And all that material is either like presentations from him and like earlier versions of his speech software, which is very cool. So it's a whole wide range of stuff, which is very, very exciting.
With regard to the damaged surface of the CDs or DVDs, have you ever tried to polish them? I think there is some ways to polish CDs or DVDs, but I've never heard anything how successful that procedure is.
So when you look it up online, there's people who like talk about the weirdest stuff to use for it. So apparently toothpaste works, but we're not going to be using that on our personal collections. We do know, we were talking to the National Archives, and apparently they have a polishing machine. So it's something that we want to look into in the future. We have had a few of the discs cleaned by conservation. So we've been really lucky with our conservation department that one of the conservators has experience with these types of discs. So she's cleaned a few of them, and actually we've been able to recover material from one of them, which is great. And that's just a basic cleaning of them. But yeah, I would love to try the polishing. But yeah, we have to be careful because like it's collection material, so probably you only get one go at it. So maybe only for the ones that are really no other way to save them. So yeah.
Hi, this question is coming from a remote participant. Do you work with copy-protected material, and does it pose problems?
Copy-protected material as in copyright-protected material? Maybe? Shall we just... Oh. Oh yeah, the commercial ones that have... Yeah, so I have been able to... We had 2 commercial CDs come in in that way. One of them through the supplemental material stuff, and one of them through Cambridge University Press, which I've both made a copy of. But I think the copy protected material, so I've not technically have not had a problem recovering material from these discs, but I can imagine that it may pose questions or other problems around like copyright and making that accessible to users. But we're not at that step yet. So yeah, I hope that answers that question.
I have 3 short questions. One is, for the Mac formatted disks, have you tried the Linux disk tools?
Yes, and I've had success with the 3.5-inch floppy disks that we had, and have been able to recover the material from those. However, there's a few disks, optical disks, that I think are Mac formatted, but are not showing up in any of the software, but they do have Mac written on them, are like formatted for Mac. I don't know what's wrong with those. I'm hoping that with the Mac computer, they may be able to read, but yeah, it's a mystery. There's about 4 or 5 of them.
Okay, because I was talking about the floppies mainly, but...
Oh yeah, so the floppies, yes.
Good.
The optical discs, no.
Okay. Are you reading the images before you extract the files, or do you copy the files directly?
Oh, we copy them directly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And the third thing is, for the black discs, have you tried a PlayStation to read them?
No.
Okay.
Oh, well, what PlayStation specifically, or does it not matter?
I honestly don't know, but I can ask a friend of mine. I just know that PlayStation also had these black discs. They just look the same. I'm not sure if they're identical,
really cool.
and their drives are basically optimized for reading the black discs.
Yeah, because
And
that
I'm
would
pretty
be...
sure you can hack a PlayStation to basically run software on it.
Because like that would be the earlier PlayStations, right? Because if it's... Sorry, maybe we should continue this conversation now, but it would be probably PlayStation 2. Yeah. Oh, I like that idea, actually. Yeah.
We have time for maybe 2 more questions, 1 or 2. Anyone else? You?
Thank you. Because you mentioned Steve Hawkins' speech software, how do you deal with proprietary files? You can copy them, but you can't open them because the software is outdated.
So yeah, we have that problem with those disks. What we're probably looking into, my first thing that we will probably look into is emulation. But again, that poses a lot of questions because that is not necessarily making it like access at scale is very difficult if you use emulation. But it will make it possible for the archivists to at least have a look at the files and appraise them and see what they want to keep and what they want to get rid of. So we will have to see, because migration could also be an option, but yeah, I don't know if that's possible for the ones that we saw on the floppy disk, because there's not really anything to migrate it to that will work. So yeah, there's some of that material does open because they're text files or like other material, but like the actual software, no, is specifically written for IBM, the older IBM computers. So yeah, we shall see.
All right, there's another question in the chat, or I'm going to try and put 2 together. So the first is, I think that you mentioned that you use the FC 5025 software, and I wanted to know if you are also using their floppy controller hardware in your Fred. And then a follow-up on the Fred is, does it work seamlessly with newer hardware?
So yes, that's the one that we use on the Fred, the FC 5025 software, or like it's a little chip that you put into an older floppy drive, like 5.25-inch floppy drive. And then it comes with a piece of software called Disk Image and Browse. So that's basically what we use for the 5.25-inch floppy disks. But then we have been seeing problems with the more obscure formats, which are not really readable with that piece of software because it's more based on IBM generated formats. Second question was about newer hardware. Yes, Fred's very good with new hardware. However, it's the older stuff that's problematic. So like, you can't just like plug in an 3.5-inch floppy disk without having the similar problems to other computers. So yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, that's all we have time for. Let's give Leontien an applause. I want to welcome to the stage Caylin Smith. She's presenting All by Myself, Exploring Minecraft Cambridge Through Preservation After the Players Have Gone.
Hi, Daddy. Need to give that one, or should I give it straight to Caylin?
No, I can hold it.
Sorry, just hang on a second. I don't know, we did test this earlier. Yeah. Oh, just don't fuss with it. Yeah, yeah. Right. So thanks so much for attending this talk today, and thank you to the No Time to Wait steering committee for inviting me to contribute this presentation to No Time to Wait 7. My name is Caylin. I work for the digital preservation team at Cambridge University Libraries, and I'm going to talk to you today about a Minecraft world that we acquired as part of our COVID-19 collection and what we're doing to try to preserve it. I had a really downer title for this talk because I was a bit, I guess, frustrated trying to figure out how best to go about this. But it's really turned around in the last couple of weeks, I'm happy to say. So yeah, I'll talk to you more about how we've managed to do that. Right, so just a few points about Cambridge University Libraries, just to set the scene here. Cambridge University Library, the University Library, or the UL are all the same things. They're the main research library for the University of Cambridge. And then Cambridge University Libraries are an additional 36 faculty and departmental libraries associated with the main research library. So both Leontien and I work for the UL, but we're building services for digital preservation that will benefit all those libraries. We're based within a directorate called Digital Initiatives and Strategy, and we work with colleagues in collecting areas, like our university archivists and archivists who are building other kinds of collections, technology archives, for example, as well as our colleagues in the digital content unit, who Leontien mentioned as well, who digitize physical items from our collections. We have a range of communities to serve, so not just thinking about the students within the university, but also researchers as well, visiting scholars, the public as well. So it also comes into play when thinking about
how we preserve and make accessible our collections, whether or not they're physical or digital. Recently, a new strategy was published for the library, and I just wanted to point that out here because it's great to see digital represented in the strategy, as well as the range of materials that we have within our collections and how we need to preserve both digital, physical, print materials, both new and those acquired over time. So we really endeavor to use open source solutions for digital preservation and for supporting our digital collections in other ways. We have one of the biggest instances of archive space. We are using Fedora for our repository and building our own microservices as well to kind of enhance what Fedora already provides. We use DSpace for our institutional repository, so these are e-journals, research data, as well as e-theses created by students and academics within the university. And we also have a IIIF compliant Cambridge University digital library, affectionately known as CUDL, which is a great name for it, which has also recently been open source and is being used by the University of Manchester as well. Right, so let's get more into the content of today's talk. So like a lot of collecting institutions during the pandemic, Cambridge University Library also decided to collect materials created by its communities in response to this time. So this is led by myself as well as Jackie Cox, who's the keeper of the university archives. So she's responsible for caring for materials created by areas of the university in both print and digital formats. So these would be the official records of the university. So we decided to collect materials or put out a call to our communities to collect materials created in print or digital formats. We didn't put any sort of criteria around the kind of format or the type of material or the content. We really just said it needs to be created in response to the pandemic in some way and have a link to either the city of Cambridge or the university. In terms of digital, we received a lot of photos, videos, pamphlets, a hymn that was written for Holy Week, websites or web content, artworks. Minecraft Cambridge is by far the most complex work that we acquired during this time and for this collection. And I'd say too that is the most complex work that exists across all of our digital collections. We were approached to collect a Minecraft chat by someone. So this was this person speaking to their friends about the pandemic and how they were spending their time. But we said no to that, just not knowing how to preserve WhatsApp and also the kind of data privacy concerns with acquiring that kind of content. So in terms of how we went about this, it was really simple and set up quite quickly using Google Drives, Google Sheets to collect metadata. We put some information on the university library website and publicized it that way, and as well as contributing websites to the UK Web Archive. So we're also a legal deposit library in the UK and are able to use this web archive or are legally responsible for using and maintaining this web archive. So just as a bit of a side note here, this led us to creating our deposit service. So we've greatly increased in the last couple years our ability to collect and build born digital archives. So in Leontien's presentation, you heard about the materials that have already come into collections on a range of handheld storage carriers. This is for new stuff that can be transferred securely over the web and links to our collecting policies and information about data protection. We do plan to release this open source on our GitHub repository so it can be branded to another institution's logo and whatnot styling. So hopefully we can do that soon because it's been a great way to securely build those types of collections. All right, so let's get on to Minecraft Cambridge. So So I just want to start off this slide by saying I'm in no means an expert in Minecraft. Everything I've learned about Minecraft has been prompted by acquiring this work and trying to figure out how we would preserve it and hopefully also provide access to it. So it was developed by Mojang Studios. It's a Swedish video game company, and was purchased, or the IP was purchased later by Microsoft, so that introduces some challenges for us in terms of the proprietary nature of the software. There's lots of different modes that Minecraft can be played in, available for a range of operating systems and consoles, different kinds of versions for virtual reality, education, and different markets. And it's one of the most widely played video games in the entire world still, so still incredibly popular. So my research into Minecraft has also led me to find out other ways that Minecraft is being used in a more cultural heritage and higher education context. So the image on the right is by crafting the past of Minecraft Kilda, or St. Kilda, sorry, trying to recreate that geographic area using Minecraft. And then the example on the right here is a version of Minecraft that Cambridge University Press and Assessment has created to help teach English to students. Right, so Minecraft Cambridge, like a lot of video games, has a great origin story. It started as what's called a Camfession, which is a Facebook community for the University of Cambridge, where students can anonymously submit Camfessions about things that are happening within the university. So one was submitted by someone within the university asking for a Minecraft server, which was then read by a student within the computer science department, who was able to set one up. And when it was set up to when it was decommissioned, it was used by over 1,000 members of the university community. So these aren't only students, but also alumni and staff as well. So we created, or we acquired the Minecraft overworld as it was on September 21st. And it was really interesting, the discussions that we had about when would be the cutoff point to acquire that work. So we decided to collect it right before the new term started. But we could have waited, or we could have collected it before, but that seemed to be a natural break-off point. We also received metadata about its creation and compatibility with the Minecraft software, emails with the depositor, which are really helpful when it came to accessioning this item into archive space, and in doing so it became the first video game within the university library's collections. So if technology is on my side here, I can show you a short video of Minecraft Cambridge. So even in the virtual, we can't escape the rain in Cambridge or in the UK. So if anyone's familiar with the university, you might see some landmarks that actually exist in real life, but there's also some things within Minecraft Cambridge that aren't real. There's a casino, for example, which to my knowledge doesn't exist anywhere within the university. I don't know if we passed it yet, but there's like this giant bathtub rubber duck. Yeah, there we are, around the corner here. So even though this work is incredibly complex and really different to the other kinds of digital materials we need to preserve, it was a great record and example of how student, staff, alumni were coming together and spending their time during the pandemic, during times of lockdown and social distancing, and coming together virtually to build this world. And I also just want to say thanks as well to John Gossick, who's our technical lead for digital preservation, who was instrumental in getting this up and running. So in terms of what we actually acquired, it was this. So this looks quite different than the video that I just showed you. So these are, this is the world file on the left-hand side, which itself has folders and different files and formats within it. I mentioned moments ago that over 1,000 individuals had played Minecraft Cambridge while it was still running. So in the player data folder, there's an individual file for each of the players that have played this particular Minecraft world. What's also interesting is the amount of online content that was published because of Minecraft Cambridge. We have the Facebook content. I mentioned that confession community moments ago, kind of press release type of content published by the colleges saying that their buildings have been recreated virtually in Minecraft. Other social media content on Twitter. This is from a student newspaper here. And these really work together to provide a richer context when it comes to researching this work. So even if you're not interested in Minecraft, you might be interested in how people were spending their time during the pandemic and more of the kind of social interaction rather than Minecraft itself, and thought it was important to preserve online content as well relating to this work. Right, so there's a lot of information on the slide. It was really just to start thinking about the preservation planning for Minecraft Cambridge. Preservation planning is one of the functional areas within the OAS model, which I won't get into, but if you're working in digital preservation, you've probably heard that many, many times throughout your career. So it's, I personally think this is an area of digital preservation that needs to be developed further. It's kind of a mixture of policy and concrete actions that work together to make up what's called a preservation plan. But from what I've seen, there's no kind of agreed approach to preservation planning, and a plan should be kind of informed by whatever institution is needing to preserve the digital content. I put a few resources down here on the slide, and just trying to combine a minimum viable preservation approach. So this is kind of taking from software development and the idea of having a minimum viable product, so building something, getting it out there as soon as possible, learning from that and iterating and improving upon it. So how can we apply that concept to digital preservation through minimal viable preservation, and whether or not we could even extend that further in thinking about preservation planning as well. So it could be the case, for example, as I'll show you in a sec, we can preserve the bits of Minecraft Cambridge, but not necessarily, or a limited amount of content level preservation happening. But I think this is the best way forward for us in terms of learning whether or not we're on the right track, and then we can improve based on feedback that we get from our communities that want to use this work. So there's a lot of different things involved in thinking about preserving a Minecraft world. So you have the files themselves, we have the email correspondent with the depositors that we also want to preserve, so that we have that provenance information. We have the web content. I mentioned how Minecraft has been purchased by Microsoft, so we need the Microsoft launcher or client in order to render the game, the server, and also a license. We've also used some open source software, which I'll get onto in a moment. And then at the university libraries, we have our Fedora repository, as well as our institutional repository. So that's built on DSpace that we plan on using, our archive management system, ArchiveSpace, and also guidance on how to install and run Minecraft Cambridge that would need to be written as well. This is just a quick overview or workflow diagram of how to install and set up a Minecraft server. So having to use terminal on your computer and put in the appropriate commands in order to run the server, but also having to go into the world folder that is created and replace it with the Minecraft Cambridge file so it runs that specific Minecraft world. So in terms of what we're planning to do, we need to create some guidance and instructions on how to install Minecraft Cambridge using the Java edition of Minecraft, so that appears to be the only type of Minecraft that we can use for this purpose. We have this idea of a hard basket metadata flag that we want to include with any submission into our repository that's really difficult to preserve. Okay. And it will likely be called something else, but it's really to allow us really quickly to see the really challenging things that we have within our repository and to take further action at a future point if need be. We plan on ingesting them into our institutional repository DSpace to enable access that provides those benefits listed on the slide there. This image has turned out really really small, but in the bottom right-hand side, we did need to create an access copy where we took out that player data, those two player data files, so that we didn't have that included within the access version that's downloaded from the repository, just to protect the anonymity of the people who were playing Minecraft Cambridge. Just a few concluding thoughts. I think I have a minute or so left. This is a lot of effort for one item, so you need to think about how we balance having to preserve millions of files with something, a single item that demands more of our attention because it is so complex. I mentioned, the personally identifiable information, so having to create an access copy that doesn't include such information, but having to find whereabouts within the Minecraft world such information might exist. The solution that we've come up is highly dependent on the Microsoft software. That's so we will likely need to think about a different solution in the future, but for now, this is really the minimum and the best that we can do. And I'm also really interested just generally about new spaces that are needed for more noisy content within collections. So we have a lot of quiet spaces for consulting works at the libraries, but I don't know where you would place something that has sound effects and where you might want to get together with your peers and talk about this work or other such works. So how do we go about, creating spaces for that kind of use case? Okay, so that's it for me, and thanks a lot for your attention today.
We have time for maybe one question.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for this amazing work. Can you elaborate a little on the what you call the hard basket flag? Did you envision for those very special collections to add a very easy access, like a video of what you have shown, just to have an artifact showing what kind of material we can look at?
Sorry, are you asking what kind of things we would assign that flag to?
Yeah.
Probably things for which we can't guarantee content level preservation as well as bit level preservation. So probably not video. I think we're pretty confident that we can provide access to those formats, but more software-based works, maybe some research data within our institutional repository as well.
Yeah, the idea was that when you have this flag, then you generate another artifact that is easier to access, like a video like you have shown us.
That might be one approach that we can take. I think we don't yet have a good sense of how how vast this Minecraft world is, so whether or not we could do a walkthrough video, but that takes away, I guess, from how Minecraft is meant to be used in terms of a player going in and exploring by themselves, but it might be kind of an additional kind of file that we can offer to researchers who don't want to set up their own Minecraft server and have a Minecraft license to do that, just to get a sense of the look, but not necessarily the feel of the game.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give an applause to Caylin. Thank you. Okay, up next is Brianna, Siobhan, and Dan, introducing the Audiovisual Media Preservation Initiative.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Yeah. Cozy. Cozy. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Siobhan Hagan, and I'm the coordinator of a relatively new project at the Smithsonian Institution, which is in the United States. And the project's called the Audiovisual Media Preservation Initiative. Let's just call it AVMPI from here on out. Various members of the AVMPI team have been introducing the project at conferences throughout this last year, so I'm sorry if you've already seen some of these slides before. We do modify each presentation slightly to make sure that there's something special and new for everyone. So along those lines, some of the team will be presenting at the Association of Moving Image Archivists annual conference next week. Please check out that presentation if you're attending that conference. I'm very fortunate today to have our video and audio preservation specialists for the initiative, Brianna and Dan, here to present with me. Thanks, Dan. AVMPI is part of the Smithsonian Institution, as I said, which is technically a quote-unquote instrumentality of the United States federal government, and it was founded in 1846 to increase the diffusion of knowledge. While we are not officially a national repository, our extremely unique and incredible collections do chronicle a vast array of American experiences and global scientific research, and the collections number in the tens of millions. AVMPI is a pan-institutional initiative designed to service the audiovisual component of said collections across the Smithsonian's 21 museums, research centers, and a zoo. This slide is another way of looking at and considering the vastness of the Smithsonian, which we like to say is the world's largest museum complex. And our main AVMPI partner, museums, archives, and what we call them, they're also research centers, but we just call them units. So if I use that word, that's what I'm referring to. It could be a museum, could be an archive center, could be a research center or a zoo. These are highlighted, our main partners are highlighted in red. About a third of the audiovisual collections managers across the institution have given their time to serve on AVMPI's task force, which helped to establish the project, which I'll talk a little bit about. I know Blake McDowell from our African American History Museum is in attendance today and was a founding AVMPI task member. So thank you to Blake. And Kira Sobers and Crystal Sanchez might be attending virtually, so a big shout out to them too. While the AVMPI project officially launched in 2021, it's the direct result of efforts that have been in motion since 2014, when the Smithsonian's media archivists and collections folks applied for and received funding to study how they might undertake larger scale AV preservation efforts across the organization. Many of the AVMPI staff and stakeholders today were a part of that initial work. Since that time, there's been a big push for creating more item-level inventories and format counts of audiovisual materials. That has now been completed for about 11 of the Smithsonian units. Alison Repert-Gerber, the head of the AVMPI initiative, and our colleague Kira Sobers led these crucial first efforts, and many others from the AV preservation community, like the staff of Community Archiving Workshop, in particular Kelly Hicks, served as expert contract consultants to make it all happen. And here we have the most up-to-date numbers that we have for our participating units, identifying 293,586 audiovisual assets, with a little over half of those being audio and the rest being split between video and motion picture film. The top 5 formats in quantity identified were compact audio cassettes, quarter-inch open reel audio tape, 16mm film, VHS, and grooved audio disc. Several things to keep in mind here. These numbers reflect only 8 of the 21 units that comprise the Smithsonian. And also, many of these items may be copies that need to be identified or secondary migrations. And also, this does not count post-2018 accessions or unaccessioned backlogs, which there are most certainly many, since it's now almost been 5 years since the numbers were counted. Because each unit has its own discrete administrative structure, data system, history, funding, and staffing challenges, AVMPI needs to serve them all in different ways, just like this omelet station. For example, some units may need assistance processing a collection, discussing materials for rehousing, or best practices for storage. Others may rely on us to handle all vendor communications, provide in-house digitization and QC work, or to assist with grant writing. We're here to help and collaborate in any way that we can. AVMPI wants each unit to have their AV preservation omelets made their way, while also preparing them consistently and following best omelet cooking practices and standards. Here's the core team at the omelet station, funded by an internal Smithsonian grant called the Nationals Collections Program. We're all relatively new, 4 of us started this year. We don't have time today to discuss everyone's roles and responsibilities, but I do want to say that I personally am thrilled to be working with such an amazing and knowledgeable group of expert humans. Now I'm going to hand it over to Dan.
Hi. Okay, talk a little bit about the transfer suites. Our team is distributed physically across various Smithsonian locations. We currently have 2 active transfer suites, one in downtown DC on the left here, in the building that houses our Smithsonian Libraries and Archives office. That's was one of the red dots, it's the administrative unit we fall under. This serves as our central hub to service the libraries and archives' own collections, collections that may require intensive remediation or processing work, or collections on the National Mall that don't otherwise have capacity or space. Our other lab in the center here is at a beautiful building, the Museum of the American Indians Cultural Resource Center, which is out in Maryland, where we help service their collections as well as items from the neighboring anthropological and historical holdings in an adjacent facility. We're currently working on augmenting the existing lab in the Museum of American History, which is to the right here, and that's on the National Mall as well. Now, these are all spaces designed to service collections at high levels of quality, but ideally they're our home on a temporary basis. Long term, we're hoping to scale up and build one lab to rule them all. In Landover, Maryland, where our exhibitions preparation for the museums and our central conservation lab for other materials currently is. And rather than using existing spaces like we are now, this will likely be a ground-up, purpose-built facility. So it feels a bit of a shame to do a breezing over the very multitudinal and deeply fascinating collections and subjects we're serving, because they're amazing. But we'll have to come back with more details for you next year or some other time about some of the specific projects we've been working on and the unique challenges they pose in future presentations. For now, know that we've already worked with tapes that have been to space, preserved films about Tupperware, are checking out planetarium presentations and lectures, and are also preserving crucial administrative proceedings from indigenous groups in the US, just to name a few. And we're really just getting started. I will say one obvious yet also mysterious reality is that much of the data that you saw earlier that was created to and used to justify the dire need for the project, which is very real, is rather relative. Secondary migrations and historically unsystematic cataloging mean that we might have some 300,000 analog AV items, but we're not charged with digitizing everything. Where efforts that may be considered mass digitization would answer a question normally with digitize it, our project lets us say, well, it depends for a number of reasons. And I think in 2023, it's great to be part of an initiative that's built upon this ethos. One of the other unique things about AVMPI is that it's positioned as an internal Smithsonian resource generator as well as a digitization initiative. In addition to creating digital files, we get to participate in and create documentation around Smithsonian-wide and beyond goals, and try to be problem solvers and standard setters in a way that's useful in real time to us. But this way, we also provide guidance and support for the units we are working with in the process. Unifying our preservation methodologies, metadata standards, and trying to find gaps we have time to fill is part of the goal. And they can serve as a model for developing processes in the first place, or that the units can take and mold to meet their own needs. I should say that, give credit where credit is due. We're not reinventing the wheel, and we're pulling from the community as well as Smithsonian processes that already exist and work well. And there's precedent for, open and open source work at Smithsonian already, as I'm sure many of you know. Seen here are some of the tools and communities we're in the process of making or are making active contributions to. And you'll hear about projects related to Matryoshka and Faji here at No Time to Wait that we have some involvement in. As we build this documentation that we're talking about, we'll be updating these GitHubs up here in order to make these tools and documents available to the broader community. In the interest of keeping this an open project and leveraging our resources to work for folks beyond our project. A scarce and important resource that's vital to all this work is equipment. There's a wide variety of existing equipment throughout Smithsonian, much of which was used to create the materials we're now preserving. A large part of our project is consulting the units that are more focused on reference than preservation for very legitimate reasons, but trying to ensure that when a media item is run, it's according to preservation best practices, so there's a lower likelihood that we'll have to touch it again in the future due to something suboptimal. Currently, we're evaluating existing equipment at the various labs, running test tapes, ensuring things are nice and clean and to spec, and augmenting the workstations with more flexibility, more inputs and outputs, and more nimble workflows. We're also purchasing more equipment to do things like turn a single stream cassette workstation into a parallel stream cassette workstation, upgrade our quarter-inch tape machines, or simply figure out who in the area might be able to provide assistance when something goes boom. Audio and video have slightly different needs, though, so I want to pass this microphone over to Brianna to continue this topic.
Thank you, Dan. So, to supplement the existing inventory of equipment that AVMPI inherited, we have taken advantage of multiple free donations from folks in the DC area, other SI units, and are budgeting to strategically acquire more equipment, as Dan just mentioned. But acquisition is only the first step. And I lost my place. Thank you. Even though we have a considerable amount of equipment, much of it was not fully functional. For this reason, we're rolling out a maintenance and repair plan as part of our effort to make the initiative a sustainable one. Getting equipment has also required reassessing the physical space where all of it's going to go and realizing that we need more space and that the spaces we have need to be modified. Although we have managed to increase the square footage of where we can work, this involved negotiating with stakeholders and facilities at multiple locations and getting creative with the workspace so it's utilized to its full efficiency. For example, at our main space in Capitol Gallery, which you can see here on the left, we had to remove all the built-in countertops to open up the wall space and pack in as much gear as possible. As a new initiative, we are also responsible for developing all of our own workflows and refining them as we go. It's a little bit like flying the plane before it's built. Due to AVMPI serving multiple units who all use their own standards and content management systems, we needed a nimble platform that allowed us to be modular and flexible so our workflows and the metadata we produce are unit agnostic. Our Airtable workspace reflects this modular approach and how it was designed, containing multiple bases that are determined by function, specific components of our workflow, such as projects, digital assets, physical asset tracking, equipment inventories, tasks, and even budgeting. We also utilize many of Airtable's features, such as interfaces for reporting project progress to the units that we serve. I'm not going to go into Airtable too extensively, but we just want to give you a sense of how we work. And basically, all of these bases are connected through linked data, automatic syncing, a feature within Airtable, and customized automations. The image here on the right is a schema of everything that is linked in just one of our bases. So you can get an idea of what it looks like on a much broader scale with everything in our workspace. Currently, we have automations for when assets fail QC, when they're ready for QC, if assets need a conservation treatment like baking, rehousing, and for communicating project updates to the team. But we have plans to hire a contractor to script more involved workflow integrations for us in the new year. And this would involve really making a lot of the manual things we're doing now, automated tasks like running our media conch policies, embedding metadata, moving files to and from hot folders, and also creating a GUI for recording data during the transfer process. And that brings me to our hopes, dreams, and schemes. So we're introducing the project to you now, but we want to do that because we still have so much we want to do. So in addition to kind of enhancing the automations and really making the way we work fully functional, the repair and maintenance go hand in hand with expanding our in-house capabilities and throughput. If our in-house capabilities increase, so does the sustainability of AVMPI through demonstrable self-reliance. With new and refurbished equipment, we also hope to expand upon the formats we can transfer in-house and diversify the decks used for transfer to assist with troubleshooting and provide as many options as possible for us to explore. Collaborations with open source tools and communities such as yourselves is also something we want to pursue. Currently, we're using vRecord and DVRescue for video transfers, but we have volunteered to be a test site for our Digital Video Commander project and secured funds for a film scanner in 2024. So once film begins to be scanned in-house, we will definitely be starting to use raw cooked and to finish developing our Choose Your Own Film Spec Adventure Twine site to help other units determine what specs they should ask for from vendors to best suit their needs. Another project that's near and dear to my heart, as well as my colleagues, is collecting and sharing what we have nicknamed AnecData to combat knowledge obsolescence. A potential project related to this we have discussed is partnering with other SI departments to scan equipment manuals to build a free manual database under the banner of Smithsonian's educational directives. And last, as an institution with diverse specialized scientists and conservators, we are interested in conducting studies of preservation practices to transform that AnecData into empirical evidence that can be published. So if you have any questions for us, are working on a project or developing AV tools for AV preservation, think of us as a potential testing ground or collaborator and reach out. Here are all of our emails again. If you're not sure who to contact, you can just use our general email and we'll direct you to who you should talk to. We also have a project website where you can find embeds to our quarterly YouTube streamcast featuring digitized content, profiles of the Smithsonian audiovisual staff, and other cool info. And then we also brought you some very cool swag, which is out in the hallway. So please help yourself.
Any questions?
Hi, one question from the chat from remote participant. Do you have a maintenance plan for the legacy equipment, example, the U-matic tape machine, as these may no longer be manufactured?
Yes, so a maintenance plan is something that we've been working on recently since that didn't exist previously. So we're in the process of creating a timeline for regular maintenance, repair, and a budget for all of that. So, yeah.
Yeah, the first part was just going around all of those units, about like 5 or 6 really that have a lot of equipment, including tons of U-matic decks, and then inventorying them, making sure that they're worthwhile with their outputs to even consider for maintenance and things like that. So that was a lot of work, not just for the U-matics, but also the audio, to inventory, see, like, that's just the first level of what do you have, right? And then the work of finding vendors and making a big list of vendors too. So if you're in the US and are looking for vendors for something, we are trying to maintain a list as well, so reach out about that.
Then you had a great list of all the fascinating stuff you've encountered so far, but for the 3 of you, what's been the most exciting content you've laid your hands upon so far?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned tapes that were taken to space, and those were mixtapes. If you're familiar with the astronaut Sally Ride, they were like mixtapes that she was listening to when she went, you know, very far up in the air.
We also helped digitize some videotapes from the artist Nancy Spiro, but they were more of her home collection. So one thing I really like about things like that is you can see what they taped with, like, you know, their lectures, like what television programs or shows. So it's kind of like this autobiographical list of their interests that they didn't think anyone would notice.
Yeah, I'd have to say one thing that I want us to transfer that's on the list is Air and Space, National Air and Space Museum allegedly has a recording of Laika, the Soviet dog that went into space, of the heartbeat that a US satellite captured. So I'm pretty excited about that. But yes, we have a lot of panda videos coming back from a vendor soon, as well from the zoo. Because actually we recently sent the pandas back, went back to China. And also people love pandas. And and then we're also getting back from a vendor some D2 tapes, video from the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Recently acquired the JPC collection, Johnson Publishing Company collection, which they owned Ebony Magazine and a TV channel, I'm pretty sure, or had a TV program. So there's at least 10,000 audiovisual assets from just that collection alone. So we'll be getting some D2 back from that. So keep your eyes peeled and stay in touch.
Hi, congratulations, very nice project. Thank you. I'm a little bit worried about technological obsolescence, of course, and the legacy equipment. You are dealing with a huge, really huge institution or entities under the umbrella of huge institutions. But we as a community has to start to think about smaller institutions, smaller countries, where access to those kind of equipment is not possible, or even contexts where people prefer to sell to collectors, equipment collectors, than to institutions like Studer or whatever, So we are fighting in a way. We are all talking about a positive kind of approach, but in fact, in real life, things doesn't happen always in this way. So should we start to consider some kind of a task force or coalition to keep up this equipment working and accessible, not only about the manuals, but only, why not, recreating equipment specifically for the archival community? Just a thought. We can put satellites on space. We put it Leica up there. Why cannot we design new tape machines or videotape machines, whatever?
My big thing, our big thing is being a resource is just transparency. Like, so much of what we're doing is because y'all put your information out there, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel on that end. So that's the first thing that I think is the most important, is open access to information.
Yeah, I think, I know I feel lucky working at the Smithsonian because we can actually utilize just the fact that they're a research institution to pursue some of these projects that were prohibitive before. The manual database is a perfect example of that because of copyright law, and everyone was very worried about that. Also, the time of scanning, we have a department that could do that for us. And so I think we really want to take advantage of working at that institution to pursue these projects where they felt kind of stuck because there wasn't the right support or the right backing.
Pitch rollers are protected by companies like pinch rollers in tape machines. How come?
Yeah, that's a great question. IP, I guess, right? One of the other things, once these labs are sort of at kind of humming along, that I'm really interested in exploring is, particularly with audio, I think, as you mentioned, it's like there's a whole kind of studio community that's still interested in, getting the warmth of a tape machine. And so it's really driven up the prices of a lot of this stuff. The Tascam decks that everyone uses, 5 years ago were, $200 or $300 because they were in every installation job in America, and now they're like $900. Yeah. So I'm wondering if they're like part of what I'm interested in doing is maybe doing some testing to see if maybe the Denon 3-head deck is just as reliable and just as we've created these sort of archival standards, and I think they exist for a reason in terms of equipment purchasing. But I think there's probably quite a lot of equipment that could work. The issue with that is, especially with quarter-inch tape machines, it's like if you become both an Otari house and a Studer house, then you have to find the Otari person and the Studer person to come around to do maintenance rounds. So, it's as I'm sure many of you know, it's difficult, but yeah.
And one other thing I wanted to say is that we really mean it, that we're open to collaboration. This might be getting ahead of myself, but other departments like the Folklife Center went to Turkey. There was projects in Haiti where they collaborated with archives that didn't have equipment and provided equipment and training, and that's something I really hope that we can do, which is also why we're stockpiling equipment that maybe we don't need but could donate at some point. So like the possibilities are potentially endless. I know that was one reason why this job was so appealing to me, is that that actually felt possible.
Yes, and we also have other colleagues within the Smithsonian that have started work in community archiving. C.K. Ming is at the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and they are in charge of the Community Curation Project, which uses their specialized equipment and invites the public to come. And they actually have a truck that they take around, and recently went to Nashville, I believe, and New Orleans. And it's just free digitization open to the public, and you don't necessarily have to donate a copy either. So these are all community archiving, other projects and groups that we're just wanting to connect with and utilize the resources that we have in ways, because yes, we are a federal entity. I like that word, entity. Thank you. I'm going to use that.
Thank you for that question and those great responses. That's all we have time for. Can we give Brianna, Siobhan, and Dan an applause?
Thank you.
The break commences now. There's refreshments and snacks outside. I'd also like to talk to the next three presenters very briefly.
Presenting from this. Let's just click on yours. Do you have HDMI?
Yes. It's also
It's no
I'm
problem.
only aware of the aspect ratio because the first presentation, the aspect ratio was wrong.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And I hope it's good.
I did 16 by now.
Me, no. I don't like it.
I'm not sure, sorry. Let's just...
they're going to load their presentations. Do you want them to already be open? Or?
Yeah, I mean, we should start.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I think Morgan, yeah, so you can just open it up.
Yeah. Welcome back. So the next presentation is from Morgan, First Contact with Ambitious Hobbyists. It's the first part of a two-part presentation. So if you have questions for Morgan, I'll ask you to save them for after Ralph. Michel. Thank you, Morgan. Okay. Yes.
So, hi, good morning. I'm Morgan. I'm a conservator at ZKM, Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe in Germany. And we are taking care with my colleagues, to the digital and media art collection of the ZKM, and especially the software-based collection. So the ZKM is a house of all genres. The collection includes approximately 12,000 works from the 20th and 21st centuries. In this collection, ZKM has collected and or produced about 1,000 digital artworks with different typologies. So we have interactive and immersive installations, video and kinetic sculptures, web-based artworks, videos, and video games. Among these 1,000 digital artworks, about 200 are software-based. So before jumping in the topic of today, I think it's worth pointing out and giving you a bit of a context about our hardware preservation and media archaeological approach here at ZKM. So since 1989, under Heinrich Klotz and Peter Weibel's direction, the ZKM became the mecca of media art and built a collection that does not only deal with the information technologies and the innovation of communication, but also the social change set in motion by them. So especially with the software-based collection and the focus on preserving them, we are very, very proud to be the house where the public and the researchers can learn more about the cultural context of the history of technology. So this is why we preserve and display the artworks with their historical material for research purposes. So it implies for us to keep, as long as possible, as long as we can, the artworks with their historical software and hardware components. So not necessarily the very components that we acquired with the work. It can be the same model or from the same period, or at least compatible with the initial system. So this is in this context that the preservationist of ZKM started in 2021 a preservation project focused on computer-controlled Laserdisc collection. Maybe as a reminder, today it is not possible anymore to make one-to-one physical copy of Laserdiscs, and they are experiencing laser rot, so they are degrading, and the players are difficult now to find and also to repair. So as this format is a complex combination of analog, video, picture, sound, and digital data, a way to back up, to preserve, but also to emulate the Laserdiscs needed to be investigated at ZKM, especially the case of computer-controlled Laserdiscs. So in our collection, we have 7 artworks based on this particular use of the Laserdisc. I would like to give some highlights so you can have an idea of what it means for a Laserdisc to be computer-controlled. So the Karlsruhe movie map by Michael Neymark from 1991. Here you have this driver instruments that the public can use. So you can actually have experienced a simulated journey in the extensive network of the KVV, which is the regional network transportation of Karlsruhe. So you go, the movement in space is very limited, so you can go forward and backwards, and when you reach a crossroad, you can have this additional possibility to turning left or right. So it's pretty much like a video game. It's using an Apple II SE and a Laserdisc player. With Portrait 1 by Luc Cochen from the 90s, here you can have a conversation with Marie that you can see on the see-through mirror here. You have a touchpad to select imposed question. So you choose a question, she answers the question, and the conversation goes on. It's using also Macintosh SE30, and it was developed on the software HyperCard. And then you have other type of artwork, like Upighetto with Watchdog. My colleague Ralph will make a better explanation of this work, more detailed. But just to give you a small description, you have a party projected behind, and in front of it you have a German Shepherd or a video of a German Shepherd. And the dog is sensing you, so as close you are going to the dog, and more it's barking at you. So it's working also with an old Macintosh, and it's working with a video camera and an analyzer. Ralph will give more detail about the techniques. So all of these artworks have in common the use of a Laserdisc player connected to a computer via a serial port. And the computer is able to call specific sequences of the Laserdisc to be played back. And so to do so, the computer, but also the Laserdisc player, use frame numbers instead of time code. Frame number is what you can see here on the dog. Here we have the frame number 1 of the Laserdisc. Those frame numbers, they are a digital information that is contained on this analog data carrier. So if you proceed with a linear normal digitization, RGB digitization, this information is completely lost and the computer cannot retrieve the frame numbers. So we asked ourselves if there were a way to preserve this information, the frame numbers, and so Ralph will explain the technical detail. But on my side, I will just like to dive in the non-technical side of this project, but nevertheless very crucial, which is the collaboration with museums outside the communities that allowed us to carry on this project successfully. So as ZKM has a video game exhibition, we also have an artistic video game collection. I already heard about arcade game using Laserdiscs and how it actually influenced the creation of the artworks I just mentioned. And so it is the same principle. You have a ROM that is using a tree structure and it's calling frame numbers to carry on the game progression. So by this means, I discovered quite quickly a Laserdisc arcade game community and found very quickly, of course, an emulator, a software emulator called Duchesne, with which you could experience arcade games on your contemporary computer, like Dragon Lair or Cliffhangers, among others. And so searching further into Duchesne emulator FAQ, I found out about this other fantastic tool, called Dexter. I will give you the description, quote, Dexter is a modern hardware replacement for Laserdisc players used in arcade games. It only replaces the Laserdisc player and disc. The rest of the game continues to run as originally, so on the original hardware. So now that you know the context in which we are working, you can understand how enthusiastic I was about this solution. So I definitely needed to contact them and ask if this could work with a computer instead of a game ROM. And furthermore, how they could secure the frame numbers of those Laserdiscs. So this is how my journey to seek collaboration from those ambitious hobbyists, computer fans, and anonymous computer tinkerers starts. And to be honest, it starts quite bad. So on their webpage, there is a technical support forum and an IRC channel. Going through the technical support, I could tell that I am a newbie, that I am not from the same community, that all the things I want to ask are completely off topic. So I'm just not writing. And I'm very, very intimidated because I am not a tech person, so the vocabulary and everything. And this sentence on their website just completely destroyed what little courage I had found to write them. I quote, this channel is for Duchesne developer only. If you come for other reason, you can expect a very warm welcome. Yes, that is sarcasm. So it just ended me. I was like shaking and everything. But luckily, I'm not working alone, okay? I'm working with a big team, and I asked Mathieu Vlaminck, who is my co-worker, who is part of this community. We have a hacker in our team and a gamer. So he knows what an IRC channel is. He has the vocabulary, so I just asked him, can you introduce the project to them? And he successfully did. So I started talking with the developer of Dexter emulator on Messenger. I explained the project, and our mysterious hobbyist wasn't very warm, as expected. He or she was trying to be patient, but I could feel, I was an unpleasant interlocutor for them, as they tried to discourage me many times. But I hold on, and while keeping up with all the technical questions they asked, to test how serious I was about this, I could convince them to help me. So, jackpot. There is a solution to digitize laserdiscs with frame numbers, and it is called Domesday Duplicator. But it's kind of like you have to figure it out by yourself, how to make it work. So I see it as a test, I quote, "I wouldn't want to consider doing more work until you get this far at least." So I looked at the Domesday project. It is not an easy setup. It's all open source, but very difficult. You have to build your own hardware. So I let my hobbies know that I'm a bit helpless, and the miracle happened. They gave me the link to the private group of Domesday, and I was soon invited to their Discord channel to introduce myself to the community and seek help to produce or buy the Domesday hardware. And here, very cool, SmollyDD86 welcomed me very warmly in the channel and pointed me to another tinkerer, Solid Snake. This anonymous hobbyist could provide us with the populated board for the Domesday duplicator, while SmollyDD86 and SimonDD86, presumably the creator of the duplicator, helped us modifying the laserdisc, calibrate it, and getting starting with our first disk image of the laserdisc. A small note here, working in a public institution and having to pay someone who wants to stay anonymous is a bit of a challenge. So beside, the administrative nightmare that comes with it, it's about trust issues. But I trusted my instinct and my newly built relationship with them, and so it worked out. So we could buy the hardware. So in November 2022, more than a year after my first contact, I'm proudly again contacting Matt O, the Dexter developer. We have a name, something close to a name now. It's Matt O. And so I tell him, okay, we successfully digitized the laserdisc. I had to make a complete recap because he completely forgot about me. I think he didn't believe in us. So after a lot of discussion and ping pong about the quality of our images, he produced the necessary files and the hardware to emulate our laserdisc and the laserdisc player. And again, super tricky procedure, as Matt O will never give his actual name. So in February this year, we had the whole system up and running with the help of Ralph Michel and Mathieu Vlaminck. You'll discover all of this in a couple of minutes now. And Matt O really accompanied us during the whole process, helping us debugging and also developing features just for our specific use of the Dexter emulator. We actually finally got its interest as we also gained knowledge and skills in this system, and the conversation was getting warmer each time until the final validation. He made a Facebook post about our project. And believe me, it's a real validation from this community. So today I just would like to acknowledge the significant, if not essential, contribution of these folk preservationists, but also enlighten that opening the gates of the museum to other community is a real game changer. This example of porosity between this world is very encouraging for the future of digital and media conservation. Thank you, and I give the word to Ralph. let you sit, and then I give it to you.
Thank you. Yes. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so my name is Michel, and I'm a student at the Media Conservation Program at the Academy of the Arts in Bern. Currently, I'm writing my master thesis, which is also the context in which this research on RF digitization is taking place. So a lot is still in progress, and input, criticism, comments of any kind are more than welcome. My work is being done in close collaboration with the ZKM, Center for Arts and Media in Karlsruhe, and the Atelier für Videokonservierung in Bern. A brief overview of what I will be talking about. An alternating friendly and aggressive dog, about the method of RF digitization, what this method makes possible, emulating laserdiscs and laserdisc players, as well as decoding the signal into picture, audio, and data. To illustrate the method, I will present a case study in which the method of RF digitization is applied. Here you see a photo of the work UP Ghetto with Watchdog by Paul Garin in the Clock Tower, New York, 1990. With his installation, UP Ghetto with Watchdog, Garin seems to have wanted to put visitors in an uncomfortable situation. The installation setting gives the impression of finding oneself in a big city dead-end street, sprayed, painted walls, rubbish, halogen security lights, a chain link fence secured with heavy lock and barbed wire. On a wall further back is a video projection showing well-dressed, wealthy yuppies at the cocktail party. With this video scene, there is a window which shows outside street scenes of raw police violence, riots, demolished streets, ignored by the affluent party guests on the inside. Directly behind the wire mesh fence, facing visitors and clearly separating them from the party scene, a German Shepherd hand crawls on a 32-inch CRT monitor. The closer one approaches the dog, the more aggressive it becomes, enforcing the impression of physical and psychological threat. Here are video stills of two exhibitions in which the visitors try to provoke the dog. How was this video interaction implemented with the available technology in the early 90s? This photo shows a test setup at the ZKM in February 2023, where only the interactive part of the artwork was installed and tested, since these components are the most vulnerable. To make careful preservation decisions, the work needs to be studied with its original setup components. As you can probably imagine, there were some conservation challenges with this work, especially since the ZKM aims to show and preserve works in the original setup for as long as possible. A special focus is on the laserdisc player and the laserdisc, the issues of which I will come later. The components of this setup include a Panasonic surveillance camera aimed at the area in the front of the installation, a Sony Laserdisc player LDP1550 running a Laserdisc, which video sound sequences of the dog. It should be noted that this Laserdisc player was the only serial controlled model that included track jump function, allowing 200 tracks to be jumped back and forth without muting the video. A so-called RBTZ control interface, which is an interface built by Paul Garin's friend and artist David Rockaby himself, and is an interface between Laserdisc computer and surveillance camera. A Macintosh Quadra computer running Mac OS 7.1, and the software int-act4, also written by David Rockaby, which controls the installation. The interactive component function as follows. The camera input is divided into 4 zones. Depending on which of these zones gets triggered by the presence of the visitors, the reaction of the German Shepherd changes on the monitor. The closer one gets, the more aggressive the dog becomes. However, if one behaves calmly even in zone 4, the dog calms down as well. So the function of the interaction is relatively simple. However, considered from a media historical point of view, the implementation with laserdiscs and the custom hardened software make this very interesting and all the more impressive. Numerous sequences of the dog with their image numbers are stored in the software. Depending on the viewer's location, the corresponding image number is played on the Laserdisc player. This requires so-called CAV, constant angular velocity laserdiscs, which can store and retrieve around 54,000 individual images. The picture shown a screenshot of such a sequence with the title Park 1, which ranges from frame number 8180 to 8219. It will no longer be possible to play the work with the Laserdisc player in the foreseeable future. This requires on the one hand the digitization of the Laserdisc and on the other hand the replacement of the Laserdisc player. Both components do not stand alone and are integrated into software and hardware. Prior to this investigation, the Laserdisc video playback, the following steps have been taken by Morgan Stricot and Mathieu Flamneck in collaboration with Paul Garin. The equipment was cleaned, disk images of the floppy disk were made, and thanks to the great work of Mathieu Flamneck, the Macintosh computer's power supply was replaced, capacitors were replaced, a new hard disk was installed, Mac OS 7.1 was freshly installed, and Int Act 4 software was reinstalled from a floppy disk from Paul Garin's archive. As well as all EEPROMs were read and saved by the RBTZ interface. In order to understand how the individual components need to be connected and how the work should behave, a test setup was carried out together with Paul Garin and the wiring diagram of the installation was created. These steps were fundamental in understanding the work and its behavior. One of the most urgent challenges are the Laserdisc player that no longer function correctly. To perform the rapid image change, changing the artwork, the head has to jump around quickly, heavily stressing the player mechanics. So spare parts have become rare commodities and the knowledge of how to repair such equipment is dwindling, as we heard also before. Another problem is the progressive degradation of the Laserdisc themselves, so-called laser rot or disc rot, which shown up as white spots circled here. This has nothing to do with the actual laser, but is due to the oxidation of the carrier layer of the Laserdisc. New Laserdiscs are also no longer easy to produce, as this was a highly industrialized process with specialized equipment. This is where the RF digitization method comes in. In our research into preservation of computer-controlled Laserdiscs, we came across the project called Domesday 86, as mentioned by Morgan. This project was faced a similar problem when trying to migrate a 1986 interactive computer setup designed by the BBC and marked towards schools and libraries as an educational tool. In the same way as in Garin's installation, a computer-controlled Laserdisc is used to allow the user to quickly jump between content and navigate interactive maps of the UK and load video, audio, image and text content. In order to be able to read out all this information from the so-called AAV, Advanced Interactive Video Disc, the open source Domesday duplicator here on the right was developed. The Domesday duplicator is a USB 3-based DAQ capable of 40 million samples per second acquisition of analog RF data. The hardware is a USB 3-based 10-bit analog to digital converter designed to allow the backup of Domesday AAV laserdiscs as well as generic laserdisc through the direct sampling of the RF data from the optical head laser of a Laserdisc player. To create this backup, an RF output must be added to the player. Usually the information where the RF points are located can be found in the service manual and is mainly used for service and repair work. The Domesday duplicator can then be connected to the RF point via 50 ohm BNC cable. If the player also has a RS-232 interface, as is the case with a Pioneer LD4300D used in the experiments, the player can then be connected to a computer and controlled from it, which greatly simplifies digitization. Important to mention here, something that was pointed out to me on Discord, an extremely helpful community and invaluable resource in this project, by the way, is that RF digitization should not be associated with the Domesday duplicator per se, but should be seen as the FM-RF archival method. The same is possible with so-called CX cards here on the left or RTL SDR devices here on the right. I will not go into detail about these two possibilities as I'm only testing the Domesday duplicator. The Domesday duplicator comes with a software that allows to control the player via RS-232 and to select different capture formats. For my tests, I choose a 10-bit packed unsigned data, as this can be processed directly in LDD code, which I will talk about in more detail later. The result files with the extension LDS. If the capture format 16-bit signed scale data is selected, files with the extension RAW are obtained. So we got ourselves a Doomsday duplicator, installed the necessary software, and modified a Laserdisc player. The ZKM miraculously found 4 new old-stock Pioneer LD V4300D players, 2 of which have now been equipped with the additional RF point. Since the signal is not processed through the entire device, the electronics of the player are less important than the mechanic of the player, which are critical for the laser to read the signal as cleanly as possible. A properly calibrated device is therefore crucial for good results. The resulting LDS file now forms the starting point for 2 further steps. On the one hand, the emulation of the Laserdisc and the Laserdisc player, and on the other hand, the decoding process. First, I will talk about emulation. In a similar way to how we came across the Doomsday project, we came across the Laserdisc emulator called Dexter in the game preservation community. Dexter is a proprietary hardware replacement for Laserdisc player originally developed to make arcade games from the 80s and 90s, such as Dragon Slayer, as we've seen before, playable again. However, the Dexter emulator can only emulate certain Laserdisc player models. One of these models is a Sony LDP-1450, whose architecture is similar to that of our LDP-1550 in Garin's installation. To load the Dexter emulator, the so-called LDS file is required. This file was sent to the developer of the Dexter emulator, who then loaded the emulator and configured it for us. After receiving the emulator, we connected it to the rest of the installation components and started the installation. The dog appeared and barked as it did on the original Laserdisc. However, we noticed a certain delay in the image during some image changes, particularly between sequences of high aggression and calmness. The emulator offers the possibility to follow the command execution inside the actual Laserdisc player via a diagnostic button. Communication between the computer and the Laserdisc player take place via so-called LDMG1000 commands. All nice numbers. Here is the extract from the LDMG1000 commands manual. As mentioned in the beginning, the LDP-1550 is the only player that can be controlled via RS-232 and has the multi-track jump function, highlighted here as corresponding to the 2E and 2E commands, which is not implemented in the LDP-1450 and therefore was not implemented in the Dexter emulator. Reading the log file then also revealed that the Dexter emulator did not recognize the 2 commands 2D and 2E as illustrated here on the left. After inquiring with Matt O, the developer of the Dexter emulator, the 2 commands were implemented and our Dexter emulator was updated. After implementing these commands, the dog reacted exactly as it did with the original Laserdisc player and the original Laserdisc. Our goal of replacing the Laserdisc player and the Laserdisc without changing any of the other original work components, including the software, was achieved. Using this method, it is now possible to exhibit the work again. Finally, I would like to talk about LD decode. Even if the aim is not to emulate, it can be used to save the contents of the Laserdisc. The LDS file can be decoded into picture, sound, and data. The decoding is done with the open source program of LD Decode and the help of AVMPI. However, LD Decode also includes a large number of other tools. This includes LD Analyzers, LD Chroma Decoder, LD Export Metadata, LD Disk Stacker, of which I will briefly present a few. In just the first step of the decoding process, LD Decode, to get from the LDS file to a TBC file, there are numerous options to choose from, of which I've tried, let alone understand, only a few. However, there are some very well documented how-to guides to get you started. So from here on, I feel a bit on shaky ground as I'm still in the middle of my research, reading through this complex technology. The TBC file contains a time-based corrected interlaced signal. The sampling rate is 4 times the frequency of the subcarrier for FSC. This results in a composite full-frame digital video file of the video signal. For NTSC, this means a resolution of 910 to 525, and for PAL, 1135 to 625. The resulting data volume is also shown here, 204 GB per hour for NTSC and 252 GB per hour for PAL. To test the decoding process and make comparisons with the conventional digitization method, I used this new old-stock Pioneer GGV 1069 NTSC reference disk and the new old-stock Pioneer LDV 4300D laserdisc player, both from the ZKM. If anyone has a PAL reference disk, I'm looking for one. I haven't even found a photo of the cover. Very rare. Once you have decoded the LDS file into the TBC file, this file can then be analyzed in LD Analyze. Here you can see the full frame image. In addition to the active video, the vertical interval blanking, the vertical interval test signal, the vertical synchronization, the color burst, and the horizontal synchronization can be seen here. In addition to the viewer, where you can also display colors, further analysis tools are available, such as dropout loss analysis, white signal to noise ratio analysis, black signal to noise ratio analysis, a vectorscope, a waveform monitor. The next step in the decoding process is the LD chroma decoder. In order to draw conclusions about how the colors is to be decoded, a chroma decoder configurator is available here on the right. Here, various settings for color and brightness can be made and different chroma filters can be tested. The result can be displayed in the viewer. These settings, the settings that can be made are similar to those of a hardware time-based corrector, here simply in the software and after the actual digitization process. The next step, as I mentioned, is with LD chroma decoder. There are also numerous options here. Here is just one example of what the choice of chroma filter means. Left decoded with the NTSC 3D chroma filter, right with NTSC 2D chroma filter. Overall, the image on the left is a little clearer than on the right, but especially when you look at the middle, you can see unsightly moire effects, which is in the NTSC 2D method correspond more to what we understand by moire. Is this visible? Yeah. Other functions include exporting metadata stored on the laserdisc via LD export metadata. Here is an example of the digitization of this test laserdisc with numerous chapters. This laserdisc navigation information can be exported as FF metadata in order to later store the chapter information in the video. And then it's accessible again, these chapter infos. Another interesting function is offered by LD Disk Stacker. If there are several copies of a laserdisc, they can be combined after digitization via LD Disk Stacker and played out as one video. Depending on how many laserdiscs are being processed at the same time, the program acts differently. In the following example, two laserdiscs were processed together. Disk 1 shows a spot of discord in the top left corner of the picture. Disk 2 shows one in the top right corner of the same frame. Is this visible? Yeah, great. The picture below shows the result of the disk stacking, and you can see both defects, but in a weaker form. If I add a third laserdisc, which, however, is of significantly poorer quality and heavily affected by disk rot, the dog no longer appears quite as sharp and colorful, but the two missing spots can no longer be seen because there was no defects in this frame, and the final combined frame was therefore compensated with these pixels. Now I'm also wondering what the quality comparison looks like with the conventional laserdisc digitization method via composite output. And this is not as easy as originally thought. I realized relatively quickly that Äpfel und Birnen miteinander vergleich, that I'm comparing apples with pears, like how we say in Switzerland. There are too many different parameters to make qualitative differences. Even if I used one and the same laserdisc player and laserdisc, there are many different parameters in the area of video digitization that have not yet been investigated in detail, such as the effect of different capture cards, time-based corrector, capture software, and display equipment. Initial preliminary digitization tests have already shown considerable differences among them. Furthermore, with the RF digitization method, I now have options available to me that I don't have in conventional digitization, such as the choice of different comp filters for decoding, or the choice of the first visible line, and many other things, the meaning of which I'm still trying to work out. And I haven't even mentioned the options for audio yet. Also, this whole project is not limited to Laserdisc, but to practically all frequency modulated signals with a fork of LDD code called VHS decode, which is not limited to VHS only, as can be seen from the GitHub wiki on the project, where tape formats such as U-matic, Betamax, or OpenReel formats, to name a few, are also mentioned. So back to you together with Watchdog. The digitization of the RF signal makes it possible to preserve computer-controlled laserdiscs, works of art, and cultural assets. Furthermore, regardless of qualitative comparison, it can be said that all the information of the analog carrier, be it laserdisc or tape-based format, can be preserved. Even the information of the analog carrier that we may not know about today, which is not the case with conventional digitization methods. There is still a lot to discover, develop, and explore in this area, and I'm happy about any discussion. Thank you for your attention.
So we have time for just one question. Okay, I'm going to go in the back.
It's very simple.
Okay.
Am I correct that Dexter doesn't really solve the problem in the long term?
Yeah. What you said is probably right, because Dexter is proprietary, as I said. Probably, if there are some development of like open source hardware laserdisc emulators, then probably yes. But the rest, the LDD code, the RF digitization via Domesday, these are all open source tools.
Okay, unfortunately, we have to move on to the next presentation, but thank you, Morgan and Ralph. That was fascinating.
Thank you.
Up next is Megan Mitchell and Sean Welsh, Collaborative Potential from Archive to Audiences.
Hello? Yes, perfect. Okay. And now for something completely different. I know that we're billed for like 45 minutes, but my sets usually don't run that long, so hopefully we can get you to lunch pretty sharp. But we are Matchbox, Sunny, and we are going to be presenting on collaborative potential from archives to audiences. And so today we thought it would be most useful to run through from our perspective ways in which we, as independent film programmers, currently work with archives and together with yourselves, some points of misconception and areas where we can be really developing those relationships. And we'll be rounding off today with a discussion on Sidecard, which is a resource that we've developed for access material database that we developed in collaboration with the Independent Cinema Office and some of the BFI film hubs regionally within the UK. And we really want this to be a collaborative conversation, and we're thrilled that there's so many archives with us in the room and online, and we really want to be hearing your input as well in terms of your experiences of working with film programmers and really looking at bringing the resources that you have and the archival potential to more eyes. And I think it's probably important to note that there's a lot that we don't know about archives as film programmers, and that we're looking to develop that insight. And we speak from our own experiences, which are specifically as independent exhibitors, so we are not tied to any institution or commercial enterprise, or even bricks or mortar venue. We're quite nomadic like that. And really today what we're presenting is just a reflection on working together and the ways in which these relationships can develop. So you can see some questions there that we would like to prompt for you guys in the room. And just to clarify that we may fall into the language of film, but we mean anything that you have within the archives that could be related to moving image or even supplementary to that. And I can certainly see myself hitting up the Smithsonian for that Tupperware film later on. Yeah, and we have limited knowledge, it's all about exchange, and we're excited to be here. So just a little bit of background, because we know you might not know us. I'm Megan Mitchell, I am the producer of Matchbox Cine. I have a background in audience development, specifically for youth audiences, as well as being an access consultant, and despite the accent, a trained audio describer.
I'm Sean Welsh. I'm a programmer, producer, and also lead subtitler for Matchbox. So we do, as Megan says, we also do access materials for films, and actually not just for films and film-related content, moving image work across the board, and increasingly we do access description as well. But we also program several film festivals and lots of like spin-off and standalone events. That's who I am anyway.
Yeah, and together we are Matchbox Cine. Our programming arm specialises in celebrating the orphans, outcasts and outliers of cult cinema. Our programme is purposefully almost exclusively repertory that fall within films that you can't see anywhere else. And we're naturally interested in films that fall outside of the cult canon and outside of categorisation. So films that seem to have no natural home other than us and archives, I guess. We also, however, deliver non-repertory programming because we are not serious people. So we run Cagerama, which is Europe's biggest and longest running Nicolas Cage film festival. Just because I'm here, I am the world's leading academic on Nicolas Cage's first film, so I'm happy to take questions exclusively on that. And we also run the world's only Keanu Reeves Film Festival. These are vehicles through which we deliver highly accessible film festivals. So within Weird Weekend as well, we also present everything with descriptive subtitles for deaf audiences or anyone that needs them. We are now moving in to deliver everything with audio description, and we also price all of our film screenings on a pay what you can afford sliding scale from free to £8. Just to make sure that audiences have that availability and access. And certainly I think when we're talking to your guys about archive work and getting that to audiences, accessibility for us is a large part of that work. As Sean says, we're also access producers, so we create descriptive subtitles and audio description in-house. We have a team for that. We make Matchbox out to be like a conglomerate. There's about me, him, another subtitler, and our access coordinator, Charlie Little. But we do an extensive amount of work when it comes to making films accessible. So over the last couple of years, we've made over, I think, 3,000 films now accessible. And we also advise on access for film festivals, productions, distributors, the whole gambit of it, essentially. And like I say, we're here today to discuss the potential collaborative efforts, I think, and there's a lot of work happening within independent film exhibition that I think that we can share and that we can learn from you guys from. So yeah, independent exhibitors and the archives, and I think it's important to start from the beginning where these are important for programmers. And we, I think, specifically within our practice, but certainly a lot of our colleagues in the sector, rely on archives when it comes to sourcing and dealing with repertory and weird films. Whether that's formal or informal archives. And certainly for us, it's where film history is living at the moment. We are seeing archives as a space where we can draw inspiration, where we can research, and where we can understand more deeply the cinema and the films and the fragments that we're working with. And I think practically archives for us, they offer film materials, supplementary materials, and things which point towards rights holders or better context for films, and a broader framework which benefits our practice. And certainly I think if you have a little look at our back catalogue, you will understand why it can become quite complex to even work out where a film has come from. And certainly we come from a UK context, however we work internationally, quite a lot of work in the States and some in Europe. And I would say that especially in a UK context, archives are very underutilised. Within the repertory film programming landscape of the UK, it's often repetitive and relying on these cult classics or tentpole restorations for specific large nationwide projects, like the Powell and Pressburger season for the BFI at the moment. And we're still seeing it quite top-down, London-centric, although we do have local hubs which have avowed the aim of decentralising film culture, but it does seem to be, in some extent, on contradictory terms. With European archives, US archives, and worldwide archives, they feed into the palette of our programming and the programming of similar independent exhibitors like ourselves. And I think that bringing that collaborative relationship together is just a way to harness that interest that we already have with it. And for us, we worked with a variety of archives from Japan, Estonia, America, Wales, including the American Genre Film Archive, who are best buddies, Berkeley, the National Film Archive of Japan, Arsenal in Berlin, the Estonian Film Network, NFA here, and Winnipeg Film Group, who, again, if you look at our website, we are weirdly the biggest Winnipeg fans. And we're going to be giving a short case study in a little couple of slides about the work that we have done with the Screen and Sound Archive at the National Library of Wales and a couple of other archives that we've worked with, because I think that that's probably the best way to exemplify some of the things that we've learned and some of the ways that those relationships have been beneficial. And I think that these archives offer so many wonderful things for programmers. But we would also like to hear from you about your experiences, and especially if they're a little gossipy about other programmers not really, understanding archives, we would love that. Because I think overall we can still sometimes see programmers looking to archives as simply outlets or repositories from which we take from. And certainly I think that we need to address the old proverb of, well, it was found in the archives, as if it's appeared to a programmer without context. And I think it can be difficult as well for programmers to even know where to begin with archives. Certainly we've just turned up in Prague to learn about floppy disks and then ask for your stuff. But if you don't have that opportunity, it can be difficult to even work out how to get into those doors and understand as well the context of archives when you're meeting with them. Yeah, and I think even though we're talking from our vantage point as independent programmers who do want things from archives, it's important to understand that we also have empathy with archives who are resource and time short, and certainly I think that's a meeting point for independent programmers where we would all understand. But also that there is an opportunity there when you connect with independent programmers to really bring the work that you're doing to wider audiences, and certainly within our context that is very much access focused as well. And also I think that we're hearing a lot from organised archives who maybe have either institutional support or have their own means of being able to engage with the audiences and public that we're looking at. But I think that there's additional skills and resources that independent exhibitors can bring, and also a wider context for archives that are more useful. And so now I'm going to hand over to Sean to give a wee bit of background to some of the archive work.
Okay, so to offer some examples of the existing pathways through which programmers and archives are interacting, we're going to highlight a few examples of our own work with archives and archival material over the past few years. And as Megan mentioned, we've got like a long history kind of leading up to the more intensive work we've been doing now. We mentioned the NFA. It was like, I think 2019, we had a film in one of our festival programs. Does this work better, maybe? We had a film in one of our festival programs by, and I'm going to try to murder the pronunciation, Vera Kitolova. I look for some recognition. Apologies for having mangled that. But we kind of relied upon them to help us screen it, and originally we couldn't screen it in English because there was no subtitles available. And then that conversation we returned to like a year or more later to find that another exhibitor had made the subtitles and therefore we could. And so that was like one of our earliest conversations with archives that ended up being very fruitful. So we've worked with a number of archives purely in the sense of granting licenses and materials. That was one case. Digital copies of film files mostly, sometimes also subtitles and other deliverables. And for the most part, this has been a straightforward process. We find these films through various avenues, usually our own research. We find them listed online in the archive's website catalogue, or occasionally simply we email the National Archive of a particular country and start from there, and we find almost without fail, the archives are very keen to help us if they can with their first-hand materials or to facilitate communication with whoever may have them, if that's the rights holder or the materials holder or the next most likely person to know about these materials. But the more involved and more beneficial to archive processes, which we'd like to see happening more often with archives and film programmers, have been, excuse me, we'd like to see those happening, and where there's overlap, we need to have more understanding and shared language, and just beyond the sharing of the resources themselves, and more understanding of context. As we said, we're not tied to a national institution or a corporate entity, and so it's appreciable how difficult it might be to understand who we are when we come to someone with a request. And so obviously the more like miles we have on the road and the more things we have behind us, the easier it is to demonstrate who we are and to establish some kind of trust in that relationship. For example, when we spoke to BAMFA first about a film, they were quite quick to trust us, and that's not because they're quick to trust, I wouldn't necessarily think, but they were keen to work with us, and we immediately had some common ground in the project that we wanted to get stuck into. So the National Screen and Sound Archive of Wales, we sought and were granted funding for a BFI Major Programmes Archive pot, although they didn't want to finance the audio description as the cost per head was too expensive. Luckily, that's something that we can, because we have that facility internally, we can engage with that ourselves and do it in kind. They funded support of, they supported the translation of these films because they were in Welsh and hadn't been translated into English, and the descriptive subtitles that were the basis of that translation. So the work has now led to our collaboration with a North American release at some point, and additional materials related to those films, like additional content created for contextual purposes and to kind of properly frame these films for future audiences. And so, yeah, BAMFA was a really interesting one. We were really keen to, there's a film called, you can see on the screen there, like this is, well, I'm kind of spoiling the end of this particular anecdote. There's a film called Troika. Frederick Hobbs considered lost since 1969 or thereabouts. And so it was one of those ones which you may be familiar with, the Lost Media website, which kind of tracks these things. And Troika was one of those ones that was top of our list of films that we were keen to explore. And essentially, we realized that Berkeley held the materials, and then we just went from there in terms of, we did the legwork in terms of finding the estate of the filmmaker, because the filmmaker had died about 5 years previously, and we just basically did the legwork. The archive themselves had the film on their top 5 list of films that they would like to restore, but they didn't have the resources, like not necessarily the technical resources, but the financial resources. So we were able to meet them there, and then again do the legwork, the research work to get the authority to extract the materials from the archive, transport them to our colleagues at AGFA, the American Genre Film Archive, who do a lot of work, increasingly do a lot of work with restoration and preservation. And we had a previous relationship with them working on another film called Crime Wave, a Canadian film from the Winnipeg Film Archive by a director called John Pays. And so we had already worked with them to preserve a version of his film Crime Wave. And so we continued that working relationship with Troika. So yeah, both of those examples highlight the potential for longer term collaborations between programmers and archives. And I think Troika particularly is a really great example because, as I say, Berkeley had it on their list of films they were keen to restore and preserve. They held the materials, but they were in at some point there was some kind of scan that was made of the film just for research purposes, low res, and actually turned out that some of the reels had been switched. So like even that digital copy was out of order, and as I say, they didn't have necessarily the resources to conduct the restoration, so that was a really fruitful collaboration in that sense. And interestingly, as I say, from the perspective of film programmers, the film was considered lost. It was, I guess, of niche appeal to that extent. But again, those are the kind of films we specialize in, the films that aren't necessarily going to be picked up by somebody else, but are still very exciting and worthwhile, but they don't necessarily have the hook to make them commercially viable. Like they might not be a horror film or a sci-fi film, or anything that are like, you know, maybe queer focused or black focused that are worthwhile and necessary preservations and restorations. So these films that we're talking about sometimes all too often fall through the cracks, but in actual fact are very much worth preserving and to be spread further out and to get new audiences and to kind of to get them screened more and more often. That's kind of what we were about. So yeah, so we think it's important to point out we're often reliant on archives having someone or a group within their team who is particularly interested in the project. And it's not because the archive doesn't want the films or the media to reach people or be used, but simply because they're spread too thin. They have too little of their own resources, and they obviously have to use that. That's a very valuable asset in itself, and it has to be used sparingly. There can also be prolonged conversations needed when programmers are asking or attempting to figure out exhibition-specific questions, including who is the rights holder to a film. They might have, I'm sure many of you will have experience of this. You know who's deposited the materials or who's originally shared them, but that doesn't necessarily equate to who has the rights to the film. In various contexts, you know, whether it's like, and that itself can be hugely complicated in terms of theatrical rights, rights per territory, rights in perpetuity. All these things can be really complicated. It can be, they don't necessarily all sit with the one person. Rights can have reverted because they can be time-based, and so it can be very thorny, and quite often there's no resource to figure that out. So that's something that we can bring to the table to do that legwork as well as the interest and the potential of the funding to underwrite it. So yeah, funding and time, particularly to develop and build those relationships, we think is really important. I'll hand back over to you now. Literally.
Yeah, and I think within those collaborations, we learned a lot, and certainly working with the archive, essentially we took these two Welsh films that no one, I think even in Wales, had ever seen, except for having been screened in the 80s to primary school children, and these are horror films, to now what is going to be, like Sean says, a North American release with all of this supplementary material that we've produced that essentially offers archival context. And working with the Welsh archive, we were able to access things that would enhance that, so not just digital film files, but also these images and everything else to go around it. And so certainly I think for us, and as independent exhibitors, and speaking from that vantage point within the sector, for us, the better the connection between programmers and archives, the wider awareness of the work that you're doing will produce. And I think the increasing understanding of who within archives is doing what, who's interested in what, and what archives have is really important for us. And I think we all understand the increased need to safeguard archives, and I think collaboration between archives and the film sector is a really important way to lobby for more funding and also access funding in different ways. And certainly we were able, when it came to Troika, that was I'll call it a matchbox private donation. It was our savings, but everything else was funding from other avenues that we would be able to access as exhibitors. And certainly I think that time is really important, again, that Sean said, that we're able to bring that knowledge and understanding when it comes to accessing licensees' rights and untangling things that maybe archives wouldn't have the time to do. Yeah, and shared resources. So now we're going to go into the big song and dance. So we wanted to present Sidecard as an example of an exhibition-created resource which could be enhanced and used by archives, but also maybe make your lives a bit easier. and as well as signposting ways that we can develop accessibility across the sector, because again, I know we've said it a few times now, but I think for us, access in the broadest terms is really what we're trying to achieve.
So this is Sidecard. You can see a screen grab of the website itself on the right-hand side here. It was developed out of a missing resource that we found as access practitioners. We see, even with an investment or a sincere kind of idea about pursuing equal access to the arts, particularly moving image and film work, there is a lot of duplication of work, and also not the work that was created in making these access materials was one and done because it wasn't shared, it wasn't made available widely, and people weren't put together there was no real way to find out if something was available and who to contact for it. It's essentially what Sidecard is. It lets you research access materials that have been made for a particular film, and it also allows you to interrogate that information from a number of different angles, including, you can't really see it in the screen grab there, it's a bit too small, but you can filter by duration of film even, by year, and by the kind of access material it is, the file format, and also the editorial content that's on there. So it's actually, hopefully the information is interrogable from a number of different angles. So even if you have, as a programmer in a venue or a festival programmer, you have a slot that's available that's 90 minutes, you can find a 90-minute film from 1970 that has descriptive subtitles available. That's a very specific example of what you might do with it, but that's just to kind of demonstrate that we wanted to make this information as useful as possible and as accessible as possible. And we also wanted to use this resource as a way to, kind of as a one-stop shop, but essentially as a primer for access materials. So it also comes with quite thorough FAQs and glossaries, so that all the information pertaining to access materials in the different formats, and as I say, the different editorial contents, but also, just the kind of more, not esoteric, but more kind of overreaching ideas about the access materials. You can come to the site with no idea about any of that stuff, starting from the terminology downwards, and hopefully get a sure footing. And you can also check things there that come up day to day that only come up once, like an obscure file format, or there's no real, the other thing is that there's no real kind of established, especially not internationally, common terminology for a lot of this stuff, and a lot of the terms are used interchangeably, mistakenly quite often, and they're understood differently, and so that itself can be an obstacle to access, and it can be an obstacle to, well, obviously language is often an obstacle to kind of international collaboration in any sense. So this is an attempt to allow that kind of, to bridge those gaps. I hope I've explained Sidecard possibly, but basically it was an ongoing frustration with those missing materials, with people not using them, with there being an intent to make things accessible, but it falling flat due to the resources and also due to the lack of understanding. People wouldn't know what materials they held, they wouldn't know what they were for, they wouldn't know how they were useful, they wouldn't know what to do with them, or, one of the most common problems is a festival would have commissioned access materials for their festival program, and then they would just never be used again. So the films even would go on to other festivals and never be used and not be accessible. They might even go into theatrical releases, and those materials wouldn't be available. So we wanted to try and address that, and we wanted to make it also as open as possible so that it's free to use. It can be used, it can be searched, and things can be logged free of charge. I think you have to create an account in order to log things, but it's not, there's no payment involved and there's no registration beyond that. So you can interrogate the site without any kind of logging in, and all it needs to happen is if you find a file that you want to use, there's details of who to contact, and then you just get in touch with them and take it from there. We also wanted to engage with different international approaches and standards to access materials, like in France particularly, but also generally in continental Europe, there's more of a tendency to charge for access materials and to relicense them. Once they've been paid for once, the copyright resides with the creator, and then if you want to use them again, there's a fee involved usually. So where we wanted to try and bake in as much as possible the free use of these access materials, because often cost is one of the major obstacles. We encouraged that. We had to build into Sidecard that it was more flexible than that. So that's why we don't host any materials on the site itself. And we also basically allow for, if you were to contact someone who's logged the materials, to ask for permission to use them and for access to the materials themselves. They can then suggest that you give them a donation or a set fee and take it from there, or they can share them freely. So we wanted to build that in, and in that sense allow for it to be useful beyond the UK, because God knows the UK has done enough to screw up otherwise. Is that enough about Sidecard, I think? We also wanted to make it slightly future-proof. Like, it's primarily populated with descriptive subtitles, also called subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, more broadly captions. Again, the terminology can be confusing and contradictory, and also audio description, but we wanted to make sure that it was possible that it could also be used to log things like content notes and trigger warnings and any material that's can be used in conjunction with film material itself. Like, you know, that's why sidecards, it's really sidecar database, I think is what we were going for. Anything that can be used in conjunction with the film itself in order to make things more accessible. So it's got that built in, so that if people have even things relating to autism-friendly screenings, any of those kind of materials that can be used again and again in conjunction with the film files themselves. So yeah, it was a joint initiative of us, Independent Film Office in the UK, and a number of the regional film hubs, which, as Megan said, are designed to spread the funding, essentially, but basically to make for a less London-centric film culture. And so we worked with Film Hub Wales, and we worked with Film Hub Scotland in this as well. And the idea was that it was baked in from the kick-off, that it would be collaborative and establish a more collegial situation for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and in terms of archives, I think we've been looking at development for Sidecard within the film sector. So we currently have quite an uptake when it comes to film festivals in the UK and distributors. So the likes of MUBI and Sovereign are listing their titles on there. Like I say, Matchbox creates just infinite amounts of access material every month, it feels like, at this point. So they're all going on there as well. But certainly if your archive is producing access materials of any sort and are interested in making sure that those are being used and future-proofed, then Sidecard is the .co.uk for you. Oh, this is actually a really lovely picture. This is Caroline Gollum, if anyone from New York knows Spectacle Theatre, and we took, this might horrify the archives, this is the original 16mm final reel from John Paisley's private archive in Winnipeg, and we took this whole hog to America from Winnipeg, stopping over in...
Well, I should clarify that, like, we enlisted the Anthology Film Archives to help us transport the print from Winnipeg to New York for these screenings. It hadn't actually been screened since the film premiered at the predecessor to the Toronto International Film Festival. And so it hadn't been screened since then, and we knew it existed because of our relationship with John, so we were keen that it be screened and to take advantage of this invitation to Spectacle. But Anthology were horrified to find that it was the only print in existence that we'd brought to New York, which is quite right, understandably, but I think we were taking more of an Henri Langlois approach to the archive there. And what it resulted in is we have preserved the film, and it's available for screening in DCP and digital formats, and the print itself is still very lovely and preserved.
This was the test run that was sold out just before you think we're screening to one programmer in New York. So thank you for that. I hope you enjoyed that. But I wanted to throw to the floor now and ask, just get any feedback from you guys, or think about how you're thinking about relationships with independent, programmers and your archives. Or if not, if you've never thought. Give us your things. Do people within, oh, this works now. Do people in your organizations within archives, do you work with programmers? Are you screening things? Not just films, like we screen all sorts of weird fragments of things. No, everyone hates. Oh, there we go.
So for slide card, I just wanted to clarify, on the slide it said files. Is it also for access prints or exhibition prints, or is it all digital?
So Sidecard doesn't actually hold any files. What it does is list the contact, or the existence of, and then contact details for whoever does have possession of those files. At the moment, it's predominantly descriptive subtitles and audio description files. However, we do have the ability to list other types of access materials. So perhaps there would be a version of a film where there's a countdown in the corner for light-sensitive audiences, or
Yeah, we designed it so that basically if we also have DCPs listed, so if there's accessible DCPs in circulation, they're obviously not sidecar materials, that's inherent to the DCP itself, so we've got them listed separately, so the film title brackets DCP. So in that sense, it's got the facility to upload any kind of versions of a film, like, you know, multiple versions. The one we also always use as a kind of test case was Apocalypse Now, because there's so many different varieties of that film. So, and that was how we kind of parsed out how best to represent those things. So it hopefully is flexible and mutable for all those, like, you know, in varieties of films and kinds of films. But it's probably most useful as a kind of exemplar way that we've put that together, because it is primarily for access materials for the subtitles and the audio description rather than the materials themselves.
I have a question that gets at your question a little bit. You know, I really appreciate I think in your first or second slide, the idea that the like found in the archives tag is, and I'm sure a lot of us appreciate that too. Like record reissue labels, I think, have a similar thing where like that has a lot of PR pop. And so I wonder, like one of the questions I have about your question is, how can we work together to maybe, you know, swap that tagline out for something like equally compact that's public facing, that like describes how we're collaborating in a different way?
Yeah,
do you have ideas about that?
Yeah, I think for us, and particularly the work that we've done, say with Winnipeg Film Group, which has now almost become synonymous with our work, or the work that we've done with BANFA, is that we ensure that we are always presenting it as a collaboration with these archives. And I think that that's the easiest way for us, one, to offer audiences context about where these films are coming from. You know, Frederick Hobbs' Troika might have been lost, but actually it was sitting in BANFA and there was a digital version of it, despite it being back to front. So I think for us, it's not just about offering that context, but also making sure that we're giving credit where it's due, because we didn't find these films, we just reached out and said, oh, let's work together. So I think just making sure that that collaboration is forefronted. And with the Welsh Film Archive, I think we've had this ongoing collaboration now for quite some time, and being able to present the work that the archive has been doing, even just through the way that we're framing these restorations now, which will now be going to a wider public in North America. I think just forefronts the work that the archives are doing, because really we are just funneling that in some way to audiences.
And also add to that, like it's not necessarily standard practice. There's no kind of norm for these things, but we always try to make sure that in our listings that we thank the license holder and where the materials have been resourced from, which happens, like vanishingly few listings actually do that. And festivals perhaps more likely, especially when there's like an actual collaboration, because it's often not really required to do so. But you know, it's kind of a gatekeeping thing with a lot of programmers, where they don't want to let people know how they got hold of the license for a film or the film itself, and that's kind of that's the opposite of what we want to do. So, and we also want, for example, the Weird Weekend Festival, which we kind of touched upon. That's our flagship festival, and we want that increasingly to be a kind of a shop front for these kind of films, like and to be, you know, for basically to feature more and more of these collaborations with archives and other resources, so that's the most upstream these kind of film presentations will be, and then to facilitate further screenings, and so that it doesn't just come out of the archive and go back into the archive. And also, practically speaking, so that we don't put a lot of money into restoration and then it isn't used. And we're in the business of putting those things together and keeping those conversations going, and also just making sure that there's like a legacy for each of these screenings that kind of lasts hopefully for as long as possible and puts a film back into the canon. That's the other thing. These are films that kind of exist outside, usually outside the canon for whatever reason. It's not always a good reason. And so we're kind of we want to do what we can to make sure that people will want to continue screening it. So, yeah.
I have a comment. So it's not necessarily lucrative for archives and programmers to work together. I've programmed things at Spectacle before, and Spectacle is a theater that's run by a collective, entirely by volunteers, and usually the programmers are working with a shoestring budget. And so it requires a lot of goodwill between the programmers and the estate, the archive that they're working with. So if you could speak more to that and the economic model.
Well, we are violently rich, so that helps. No, so we're quite lucky that in the context that we come from within the UK, there is a framework of government and national funding, and certainly thanks to the BFI and Screen Scotland feedback pending, we're able to be quite active in that front. And I think that when we're talking about the collaborations with archives, we are very aware that what we can bring is that access to some funding. And certainly for a lot of the work that we've done with the Winnipeg stuff, that has also necessitated looking at funding from different avenues, so looking at consulate funding to be able to produce descriptive subtitles in ways that wouldn't financially be viable. A spectacle for us was actually great. More people came to see this film than ever in the UK. They loved it. In terms of looking at it long term, I think the model that we're using with the Welsh Film Archive, so having that institutional funding from the beginning that supported X amount of activity around the translation work, the descriptive subtitles, and then moving forward with the North American distributor who is able to finance the preservation, restoration, and certainly actually we're contributing in part to some of the sound preservation in that, yeah. And then looking forward to how that can then be used in the future to ensure that the archives are, receiving that preservation and then being able to license that for future screenings. There's also that sort of collaboration.
Yeah, that collaboration. Well, to speak to the goodwill, what you're talking about a wee bit, it's that sincerity that I think we have to try and establish and bring to the communications that we have, and that trust that needs to be established, and that's not always easily done. But increasingly, for example, in the conversation we had with the Frederick Hobbs rights holders, that was a conversation that took a long time before, even though we'd established with BAMFA that they were keen to work with us and keen for the film to be preserved and restored and shared, we then had to establish permission for them to release the material. So that took a while, but we were able to refer to our work with Winnipeg and with John to kind of establish our credentials. And then it's just about keeping that conversation going and being visibly invested in the kind of the legacy of these films, so that we're not just dumping them. I think probably a lot of these conversations happen and then people just don't have the facility to continue them or to persevere, or quite often finding the right people that have the rights holders is very much going down a rabbit hole in the first place, and so that takes a lot of time and investment. And I think partly because we are a bit more fleet-footed because we are independent from institutions, there's that, and there's also we are quite dogged in the things that we're interested in, and so we are, the example that I referred to in terms of the support that Narodny gave us to screen the film called Wolf's Hole, that was the Chytilova film, and we returned to that conversation after a year, having been told it wasn't possible, and it then became possible. And so it's just patience for a lot of the time as well, patience and sincerity, and some degree of obsession.
Okay. Thank you. That's all we have time for. Round of applause.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Megan. Thanks, Sean. Thank you to all the speakers of our first sessions this morning. I would also like to thank our volunteers for today. So Erwin at the camera. Ivan on, I don't know, deck. I don't know how you call that. Ground control. Liz on other ground control with our online participants. Also thank you to the online participants. Peter this morning as well, minding the desk. Aida for doing wonderfully as a stage coordinator. And of course, I'm blanking, Randy for our collaborative notes, and everyone, all of you, collaborating on the notes. Quick announcement, good news. Everybody can come to dinner. So yes, meet us at 6:15 outside for the dinner parade, and lunch is served outside, an hour and a half break, and I'll see you all back in here later. Thank you so much. Bon appétit.
Hello, my name is Marcos Sueiro.
Hey, Paul Marcos.
Paul Marcos.
Yeah, we don't need. Okay. Yeah. No, I know it's not you. All right, sorry. Oh, maybe it's my laptop. Hang on. Is it? Maybe. Okay. Paul Marcos,
Should we say something?
I hear you. I hear you on the speakers in the room.
You hear me? Oh, I hear myself.
Yes, we're just trying to kill the echo. How many people are making? Because the mic is on yours. Yeah, you turn off your mic. Okay, so now the only mic. Yeah, mine's the only mic on, but it's just getting itself back in there.
Because we are hearing, no, we are hearing through here also?
Hi, Jerome. Jerome. Marcos and Paul, you guys hear me okay, right? Yeah, but we don't hear them now. Yeah, like you have to play the audio out, but not receive it. You guys can hear each other. Yeah, so it's just Jerome's not sending audio to the board right now. Wait a minute, I feel like I'm missing out on all the fun happening in this chat. Mm-hmm. Settings. Okay. All right, so we hear the laptop, but do you have your volume all the way down? Yeah, they're talking on my computer, so you should be getting it too.
I don't get it.
Is the volume?
Mm-hmm.
What was the presentation that was cancelled for tomorrow?
There was a speaker who had a personal issue and couldn't show up.
Okay.
So we took it off, and then we just put in we just like made up a title to fill in the space. But it was Matthias who was supposed to do the workshop on Wednesday too. So he had one talk, one workshop, but couldn't come. But lucky us, because I don't know, we get to hear from you. That's my mission. That's just them talking. I just had my volume up.
We just don't know what people are talking about. The program looks great, but
Yeah, I can say something. Hey, sorry, you guys can hear me, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can on my laptop, but we're just trying to get Jerome's laptop, which is going to be connected to the projector to play audio out. So we're getting closer to this.
Is it helpful to you if we make sound, or is it more helpful if we shut up?
No, I just love it when you guys make sound. Yeah, I hope. I don't know, have a worthwhile conversation while we're here. I don't know if anybody wants to put some music on, go ahead. You hear me faintly? Is that? Okay, I can see. Well, you're hearing from, this microphone is going into the audio board and then into the live stream station. And so you should hear whatever is on the speaker. And Jerome, should we do a computer switch? We give you a time limit.
I'm going to mute myself for a bit because I just flashed out an email.
Yeah, can do. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Hello.
Talking. That's good.
Yeah, there's a little bit of. Okay.
So keep going. More sound.
Talking. Hello, Prague. Oh, I hear an echo. It almost sounded like I'm in a stadium.
What was interesting before is the echo seemed to shorten and then lengthen. Which is interesting. You'd expect it to be like a fixed distance based on some sort of. Yeah.
Maybe some buffer there or something.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's horrifying that everything you say just.
Yeah.
Should we still talking, Dave?
So what time is it there, Paul?
It is 11:24 at night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And where are you in Australia?
I'm in Canberra, in the much loved capital city. Yeah.
Like all capital cities.
Yeah. No, I don't mind it. Yeah. How about yourself? Where are you dialing from?
I'm in New York.
I've got time to run out and go. I mean, it's always the difficulty, isn't it? Whenever there's a Skype call with Australia, America, Europe, or I don't know, like trying to bridge the three. For some reason, Europe always ends up with a nice one in the middle of the day, right? No, always seems to. It's funny how it pans out that way. Yeah. So we're what am I trying to ask? So do you work for an institution in New York? Are you kind of like a
Yeah, I work for New York Public Radio, which is
okay.
kind of the biggest public radio here. Which I don't know how it is in Australia.
One,
whenever I tell
two.
people in Europe that I work for a public radio, they think it's
government, right?
It's a government institution. In this
Yes.
case, we're not. We're like an independent, non-profit radio
Can
station.
you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
And you put that down.
We get
Is
grants.
that a difference in language or a difference in kind of the way radio is structured?
Marcos or Paul, do you hear
I think
me?
it's a different in language. I don't know how it is. How is it in Australia? When you say public, doesn't mean it's actually.
Marcos, Paul, do you hear me?
Yeah, you're echoing, but we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
we have echo issue.
I mean,
One,
it's
two,
still
three.
discernible.
Yeah, now we can't hear you.
No.
But it
I was just going to ask.
everything there is muted, right?
Everything is what? Sorry.
Everything else, all the other
I try
screens
again.
except yours
Do you
and
have some
mine are
echo?
muted, so it makes
No
sense
echo.
to hear anything.
Yeah.
Sorry. What were you gonna say?
Marcos
I
or
suppose
Paul,
I was just
can
interested
you
in the
confirm
definition of
that you
public
hear me?
radio, because I mean, if I think here, there is definitely there's government-funded radio, there's kind of community radio. Would that be equivalent? Community radio would be public radio, or is that something else?
But there is echo.
Maybe. What does that mean?
Well, I suppose community radio is just any sort of independent. yeah, anything that kind of exists outside government funding, or no, that's not really true. I suppose they're all the commercial channels. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
It's probably, yeah, closer to something like community radio. So our funding schema is mostly people, like we have what they call pledge drives, and people send in money voluntarily. So that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, because it might just be an area that I just don't really know much about. But I've also found it really interesting, like PBS, right? Like being a big thing, or a big, and not really, trying to find some equivalent here. There just isn't. Like, there's no,
But
for whatever reason.
Is there a national radio, for example?
Yeah, I mean, there is like the government kind of, broadcasting. Like we got the ABC, right? The Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and they've got all their different, channels.
Right, of course.
And then there's commercial radio, and then there is the community stuff. But maybe it just doesn't have the same kind of support as in the States. I don't know, or it doesn't satisfy the same kind of cultural place. I don't know, because it's very doesn't seem to be quite. Oh. Yeah.
How about you? What do you do?
I'm at the Film Archive, so the Australian Film Archive.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I just visited the film archive in Catalonia, in Barcelona.
Wow.
And it was very impressive. They had really nice facilities.
Yeah, right.
Maybe we could ask him to mute.
Marco, can you mute a bit?
I think about 10 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of cropped up on me a bit, but yeah.
Okay.
Kind of,
I will mute him.
Which I'm kind of happy with. I have to say.
Right.
At this point, I can kind of see myself there for like, the long haul, right?
Yeah.
Because I suppose it becomes like this kind of.
Can you
I don't want to
put
say
my
parasitic, but like symbiotic relationship.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh no, we still have echo.
Maybe I should be muting myself.
When you unmute here?
No, but we need to use that in case. I didn't check the microphone because I
Yeah. Anyway, I was going to say, it's kind of, is it symbiotic, or like it's where, like the longer you stay, the more you know about the place, the more useful you are, the more like, the more.
No, it makes stupid.
Well, I can't hear you, Marco, because you're on muted.
I'm unmuted now.
You sure you want me to unmute? I'm going to mute myself anyway.
Just a bit. There is some echo. Yeah, but I don't get why. From where?
Yeah, because there are two mics in between each other on.
The two mics.
But Tomasz is coming down, and we'll. I don't know how they did it. Oh, we can ask Dave. How are you doing the moderation and the questions from the?
I prefer to decide that. Like, I might ask
audience this microphone somewhere here?
Yeah, okay. And no, you think there will be no echo with that?
I hope so. It will be without feedbacking. So
That's right.
I was telling my life story. Oh, good. Nice. So it's all working then. 3 cheers. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all.
We have some echo. We don't.
Well, should I
you can
mute myself now then? Yeah. No, don't hear you.
So, yeah,
no. But that's probably not surprising because the
1, 2,
3
3.
people I can see are all
No,
muted.
no.
Yeah. It's a trick question. Okay, no worries.
We heard,
But you can hear me, right? So don't say anything like defamatory. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll mute myself then. Okay. Can do.
Hello, my name is Marcos Sueiro.
Yes, I will give it to you. I'll just shortly introduce. Can I start?
Wait for the camera to point it.
Welcome to the afternoon screening. I will be stage coordinating this afternoon. The first one, first one little announcement. Tomorrow there's a cancellation of one of the presentations, and instead they've asked me to tell something about the project that the Austrian Film Museum, together with other archives, is working on for a few years. So that will about sharing knowledge and methods for knowledge sharing, some themes that already came up during the conference. And we have found this, a card, which looks like a hotel card. So if someone lost it, it's here. And the first presentation is from Peter B, called A Holodeck by August, please, or Keep Your Meta Where Your Data Is in the File System.
Thank you very much, Janneke. So, I only have 25 minutes, and the following idea that I'll be presenting to you, I'm not sure about it, and I'd really like you to just give it a chance and play along. So first of all, I need 2 hands. Breathe in and out as a physical preparation for please be able to let go of certain assumptions of how you deal with digital data, meta and payload data, and any input, positive and negative and anything else, is encouraged and welcome. So, what's this all about? Who of you is dealing with metadata? Or who of you is not dealing with metadata? It's probably easier. Who of you has ever, I call it like metadata and file wrangling, sometimes wrestling, sometimes wrangling can be creative, nerve-wracking, boring, entertaining, anything. Nodding heads, like, so there's your files, your data, and there's your catalog. Anyone familiar with the distance between that? How to synchronize, there's links, there's files, there's path, there's file names. Anyone ever had to come up with a file naming scheme that works over long term, integrates well with others, and so on and so forth? So what's this all about? We're here for the professional part of this, and in the end, at first it's like private usage of metadata in data stuff. I don't tag my photos in my personal files. I have my nests on my storage, and I'm also going crazy, but why I'm not tagging them or using any catalog or asset management system, although I'm able to not only set them up, to configure them, to import, export. I can do all this, and that's exactly why I'm not doing it anymore from a personal use, because it's driving me crazy. It's such a commitment. So, my aha effect, the Holodeck by August. So I'm involved in metadata conversions, import, export from several collection management systems, asset management. Too long a list. From system to system, from application to application, from layout to layout. Bring it on and you'll see my face melt, cry, laugh, I don't know, lots of emotions. What I'm proposing here is, please, what if we could just make use of name value tags? You're like, okay, well, you already do that, Peter, what's your point? On the same level as you put a file name, like in a file system, like not in a catalog, not inside, not embedded. Just, I want to have it like as simple and plain as a file name, but without the restrictions. Keeping the meta where the data is, and actually using the file system as a database. And everything will just become an indexing cache front end to that, but that's details of implementation. All free and open source and standard and awesome, of course. What's with the Holodeck? So for you who are not familiar with what a Holodeck is, I'm a nerd. Star Trek, not Star Wars, also good. Star Trek, more, better. They have something that looks like this. So you have like a grid, and it can project photons and basically materialize matter according to software. So basically you have a world simulator. And you can walk in there, and it just feels real, and you can just say, hey computer, I want to have this and that, or want to see this and that. And that's like, yeah, I always try to be funny with like a holodeck. And I'm very serious about this idea. So why by August, and what is it? So involved in projects, public money-funded project, and list of Ashley Blewer's 75 plus collection management asset systems. It's what keeps reappearing on my desk is the wish. We want to have everything digital. We want to have it awesome. We want it easy and fast. And oh yeah, in no time. That's me. No, but you want me to build a holodeck by August. And they don't even know what a holodeck is. So, disclaimer. What I'm proposing is not a new technology. It's basically putting together components that already exist. So that's why a lot of technicians I spoke with over the year that I had this idea were like, it already exists. What's your point? And I'm like, exactly. And I may be an ad for FOSS, for free and open source software, because I also want to suggest how things could be done, and there's existing components, but I only, I want to use open stuff only, so that I'm just offering new opinions and options. Existing components. Object storage. Who of you knows what FAT32 means? Or what a file system is? So the file system, you've touched that before. So basically the way we now store files since back to the 70s, and the only common ground for exchanging data is there's a file name and there's a folder position, something like that. And that became so frustratingly reliable-ish that people, who of you puts metadata information descriptive in the file name? Me too, but not at work. Who of you has Excel sheets or tables to hold annotation metadata? And who of you has like a cataloging system to do that? And some of your hands were not going up. I hope you get I involved you right now. So there's a thing called object storage. I stumbled over this because a client of mine, he had his collection data stored, and there were no files and folders. That was just metadata tags, and I had to use an S3 protocol application thing to actually access these objects. So whenever you put stuff on an online cloud storage large-scale provider, it's very likely you're actually copying your stuff on an object storage. An object storage is a new kind of file system thing that you copy your files and folders, and your file and folder names will just become metadata tags. And there is no folder location. You basically have a data lake that you can say, I want to have this object. You basically search and query. Jonas from the Czech Film Archive, he's running such an object storage here, and I'll ask him, and I don't know, if Jonas, if you want people to ask you, but he set this up and it works. So these things exist, and you can have file objects and attach metadata to it. Local search tools already deal with indexing and user interfaces for this. So there's Marion Jax from the Mediathek. They have like an in-house search and location tool for all their data. So these things exist and they work. So whenever you speak about like can't be, it's already there. All these things are there, need to be orchestrated and used, tested, tuned. The animated GIF up there is from Min.io. It's an object storage FOSS implementation, the one that Jonas is using, and it shows that basically you configure your storage, you have, all these things exist, and they also have user interfaces already. We're actually right in the middle, but where to begin, I like to clarify some terms. I never assume that anything is clear. Who of you is not familiar with files and folders? I was really hoping so. Metadata. Not familiar. It's like, so you have like a music file, and the music. Yes, master. Of course. You have your music file, so actually your song is your data. And if you have like artist, title, track information, year and so ever, that's the metadata. The stuff that we wrote on the tapes back then, like the stickers. Data payload. So the song itself would be like the payload. I call it payload now because if I use the term files, it's going to be very confusing. So you have the payload, like the song or the image, and then you have metadata, and you have this as an object. Data object is basically just a new idea of structuring your data. So imagine you have a text file. Ever tried to annotate a who of you does not know what a plain text file is? No shame. .txt, Theodore, Xava, Theodore. You know what a text file is. Ever tried to annotate a text file? Using the metadata fields of the text file, you don't have any. If you have a text file, it's a data object, you can just annotate it in a standardized way. You can right now upload it to whatever cloud storage of the 3 world providers that we all are being provided by, masters, and annotate the text file. That's an object. File system, hierarchical file systems, folders, file names, that's what we have since the 70s. And I want to not get rid of it, but let go. Like breathing in, breathing out. Bye-bye. File and folder names are now just metadata. And even me will tell you, yes, go ahead, put everything in the file name. I don't care anymore. Spaces, special characters, it's a database field now. Go crazy. Folder path, it's just a delimited string. Use it. So, what we're still at right now is this is a very nice graph of a portable network graphics PNG image. Probably every one of you, I hope, has had like a PNG. It's quite popular. Has any one of you ever tried to give it a title, a metadata title field that goes with the PNG? I was actually surprised I also never tried. And in there, I don't see it. I checked the specs. You can do it. I tried it. You can use GIMP. You can add metadata. I saw it in the hex editor. It's there, but what software can I use to read PNG metadata? And that's just one file format. Nodding heads again. Getting there. So yeah, jumping back and forth. The Unix philosophy. So I'm a long-term Linux user, so for me everything already is a file. And in Unix, the thing why now basically this is whatever embedded device or thing that made it to the 21st century still works is because it's based on the Unix philosophy in like 99% chance. Everything is a file. Your sound card is a file, your video card is a file. It's really awesome. You can basically on the shell access anything like a file. Pretty cool. If we now let go of files and folders and translate these to data objects, my holodeck philosophy, everything is an object. And now we're in the Lego world. Like with the Minecraft Cambridge thing, the thing why it's so awesome, it's because it's Lego-ish and not Playmobil. Anything can have its metadata with its payload content, as simple as Lego, and to be taken for granted like file names. That's the future I'm dreaming of, and I'm actually thinking of a prototype that can be built in like 3 months to half a year with existing components. So we're not there yet, but we can be. And the file system can serve as a database that over time will actually automatically become a semantic graph. Yeah, and a user interface like that. Dude, there's an object, and it's related to the other object, and if this, and you basically just ask questions. You query your file system. You're not like, in which folder did I put this? Damn, and it wasn't even me. Someone else put it in the folder. And like, I'm going crazy merging data collections. And it's not just because I'm getting old, it's really, So what if you could simply store and use any metadata reliably persistent with its payload content? Drag and drop, copy, paste, convert, view, edit any metadata in any file manager or tools that supports a basic object storage name value metadata layer handling, and import, export, catalog database entries like copy, pasting files, because there is no more necessity to treat data objects with and without payload differently. It's just like, yeah, it doesn't have payload, so it's just a database entry. And I thought I'd be the first one to do Back to the Future references. But Ralph beat me to it. So what if that was as easy as using the file folder names, because it's like a basic functionality of your file system without classical restrictions. Like Go Unicode in there, bit-proof, over the whole life cycle of a digital object, because a file system now is only released as production stable if you can rely on it. Before that, you don't use it for production, so a file system needs to be tested. These object storages are used for the whole world to dump their data into it on a large scale already for years. So I'd say it's production stable. You can store hash codes as metadata field for any payload. You don't have to have a hash code manifest and drag it along. It just, what if you don't have to worry about naming a file anymore? You could just copy everything into a huge data lake and just query out whatever you want to have. And by using objects as meta objects without payload that can relate to each other, you basically, for example, my music collection, you have artist xbloom, and now it's reading embedded metadata tags, making a small cache in the music application, and so I can search by artists and so on. You're probably familiar with this. Now imagine that's not a local database of an application, but it's like just an object graph that you don't look at. It's like a database in your file system, and it's just indexing it. So there's an object with your artist name, and that can actually have a link to Wikidata and all the IDs to Wikidata. So basically, it's linked open data built in. Metadata-only objects would basically be catalog entries, and you can handle them like files. There's just no need to distinguish between meta and data anymore. You'll just treat objects and their relationships to each other. That would make features interoperable. I know vendors will probably try to not make it interoperable, but actually it's probably can be just way more effort to make things non-interoperable if we really use this than just go along with like write it with the metadata layer on the object. So you can exchange, like here I have my audio application, Clementine, and there's like this heart feature which needs a login on a certain platform, and the metadata of this is not embedded because MP3 and MP4 can't do this, and so this feature is only in this application but not in the other. Or if you tag stuff in iPhoto and you copy it over, whereas your metadata, if it be with the objects, it just get like, okay, copy it on a USB stick, the metadata is there, import that metadata in the cache of the other application and you're good. Embedded metadata. Why embed metadata? Because the file name's just not long enough, not the right place, but you want to have the meta stays with the data. But now you need a file format that can contain your meta. What about media container formats? And this is where we go Alice in Wonderland. So related data stays together. Now, I'm about to wrap this up. It's like, imagine you have a video file, MKV, MOV, AVI, whatever.